people to push the agenda of the, and the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenge.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
The right to enter and exit member states across Africa and move freely within them, coupled with the freedom to move goods, unrestricted across the continent. These are seen as key drivers for boosting Africa's economic development. The implementation of measures to promote free movement can be considered as prudent practice and even fundamental elements to breaking down the barriers that have limited economic and social integration throughout the continent and, sadly, even weakened the spirit of Pan-Africanism. The path towards transformation of Africa into a free movement zone and removing prohibitive restrictions was first conceptualized in 1991 in the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, also referred to as the Abuja Treaty, which offered a founding framework for continental integration and set out key objectives for Africa's regional economic communities, including promotion of economic, social and cultural development, and the integration of African economies in order to increase economic self-reliance, development, mobilization, and utilization of the human and material resources of Africa in order to achieve a self-reliant development, and promoting cooperation in all fields of human endeavor in order to raise the standard of living for Africans and enhance economic stability. The African Union's blueprint for the continent's social, political, and economic development and integration, enshrined in Agenda 2063, recognizes free movement as a key element in achieving the continent's development goals and aspirations by allowing Africans to travel, work, and live within their own continent. Agenda 2063, Aspiration 2, outlines the role that an integrated continent will fulfill. And this initiative is further galvanized by the Free Movement of Persons Protocol, which specifies 3 rights which are necessary for the implementation of the goals of the Abuja Treaty. Namely, the right of entry, where African citizens shall have the right to enter, stay, move freely, and exit the territory of an AU member state in accordance with the laws, regulations, and procedures of the host country. The right of residence, where African citizens shall have the right of residence in the territory of any AU member state, and the right of establishment, where African citizens shall have the right to set up in the territory of the host of any AU member state as a business, trade, profession, or vocation, or an economic activity as a self-employed person.
The protocol on the free movement of people enables people to ensure that they are able to travel across Africa visa-free. That's the essence. It is also going to facilitate a right of residence and right of establishment. So, giving the example of a business person from Lesotho, if they want to set up a business in Kenya, under the protocol, they would have every right. They can establish that. If somebody wants to reside in another African country other than their country of origin, they have the right to do that. And then, most important, it is also going to facilitate a mutual recognition of professional qualifications. At the end of the day, your qualifications, if you are from Lesotho, should be able to be recognized in another African country. So those are the benefits that it offers.
The commitment to Africans moving in their own continent is a top priority, therefore. It's the top priority. And this is why the idea of free movement of persons then became one of the flagship projects of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. You cannot talk of continental free trade agreement, goods and services, right? Moving across borders without labor and business people. It doesn't make sense. It will not make sense. So that is why, therefore, the protocol that was signed, I think, in 2016, is extremely important because it allows Africans to feel at home in their own continent.
With the current exponential growth of Africa's youth population, the transformation of the continent into a prosperous, peaceful, and integrated powerhouse can only become a tangible reality when the walls come down between member states and free movement for people and goods is implemented. As provided in the African Continental Free Trade Area, free movement between countries will require the harmonization of immigration and other laws, infrastructure, and updated institutional practices, while also opening up commercial and job opportunities for Africa's youth, and thus contribute meaningfully to the demographic dividend. In essence, free movement cannot and does not exist in a vacuum. The free movement paradigm also converges with other continental ambitions of integration across Africa today, namely promoting Pan-African identity and social integration, promoting intra-African trade and commerce, incentivizing tourism and leisure travel from inter-African travelers, improving knowledge transfer and skill sharing, bolstering trans-border infrastructure and resources, facilitating labor, mobility and diversification, and improving legal protection and human rights for all citizens. These long-term benefits, coupled with the legal safeguards contained in the African Union's Protocol on Free Movement of Persons, will ensure protections for all nationals.
We cannot have free trade without free movement. If we don't have free movement, how we can move goods? How our citizens, our young people can move and have job opportunity and to study we have good universities. We have to go with free movement to allow our citizens to move within our continent.
I always imagine that the free movement we have in our economies now, and the CFTA and the free movement of services, if we have the opportunity of having the free movement of people linked to it, imagine that. It means more jobs, it will be created in the continent. It means more opportunities for our young people in Africa. It means more opportunities for skills development for these young generations. It means that they can have the opportunity to fulfill their aspiration within the continent.
The Agenda 2063 flagship projects of the single African air transport market and the commodity strategy are inextricably linked to that of free movement on the continent. Moreover, the single African air transport market is predicated and reliant upon the ability and free movement of people to fly into one another's national airspace, while the commodity strategy will only be a viable framework if goods transported between member states are able to leave and arrive unhindered without interference between neighboring countries. These linkages illustrate the pivotal role that free movement will play in the sphere of not only political integration for Africa, but also its social and economic impact on the shifting demographic related to labor and other trends across the continent.
The movement of capital, the movement of physical technology, the movement of raw materials goes in tandem with the movement of people. The people will go and trade, the people will go to work. I'll give you a very good example, is the marathon that is being produced in Rwanda. If we speak right now, Rwanda is struggling because of the coronavirus, because they are getting all the inputs from China. What if we are producing all the inputs from Africa? The marathon will be an African phone, completely. It's still an African phone by way of saying that the minerals come from Africa, but there is when you look at the rules of origin, those minerals go to China or other countries, they turn them into chips, into micro other inputs, and they come back to Rwanda for assemblement. So we don't want to assemble. We want to have the whole integrated value, the whole value chain, that one country produces these minerals, another one produces chips, another one produces, then you come and produce a whole phone or a whole laptop, a whole computer, a whole... Electronics would be a very good example.
I like to think of the Free Movement Protocol, the Joint Labour Migration Program, the Single African Air Transport Market, and the African Continental Free Trade Agreement as being four wheels of a vehicle. If one of those wheels does not move right, the vehicle will possibly grind to a halt or perhaps just not move as smoothly. And we encourage in our discussions with member states as well as with the AUC, we encourage them to look at them as going hand in hand. And this is particularly important in the context of free movement. We know that African member states oftentimes are mimicking the same fears around migration that we see in the West. There's all of those misperceptions about labor migrants coming in to take our jobs. And yet,
honorable members,
that is abundant.
Honorable members, the Honorable Mr. President.
Morning, may we observe a minute of silent prayer and meditation. Thank you. We now listen, follow, and sing the African Union Anthem.
Let us all unite and celebrate together. There is a song for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, fils and filles de l'Afrique, chers du soleil, chers du ciel. Africa, where they be. Let us all unite, singing together to uphold the bond of flame and destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for in peace and justice on earth. You speak after Africa. Essência do som, essência do ser. Façamos da África toda vida. Let us all unite and talk together to give the best we have to Africa. The cradle of mankind, the fount of culture. Break of down. Yeah, now, Africa. Look at Samsha, Hindu Sama. Africa, Shah to Ayat.
Thank you. Take your seats. Thank you. Wow. Honorable members, once more, good morning and welcome. I will request each vice president to speak for 2 minutes to welcome you, since we are a bureau of all the regions. I'll start with the first vice president, a welcome speech, 2 minutes. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على النبي الكريم. شكرا سيد الرئيس. إخوتي وأخواتي النواب.
Honorable colleagues, MPs, senators, distinguished invited guests from the word go, let me take this opportunity to congratulate you and wish you a very successful new year, and hoping that you'll be healthy and able to work in a proper fashion. Here at the Pan-African Parliament, we are compelled to work together to defend the image of the Parliament so that we are able to realize the objectives that led to its establishment. These objectives relate to peace, sustainable development for the interests of the African people, and for achieving the leadership that we ought to be enjoying at the African Union. I know that the task is long and arduous, and the challenges are numerous, but if we work together, there is no doubt that we could make our dear continent make greater strides so that there be peace and this continent knows greater development. I know that together we can attain this noble objective both for ourselves and our dear continent. Thank you.
show appreciation for the speech. Honorable Dr. Gayo.
Good morning, Honorable President, honorable members of Pan-African Parliament, Bureau, staff, and our Clerk of Parliament. Welcome to Pan-African Parliament for this sitting. Excellencies, we are holding this sitting on the morning of election of our leaders of African Union. Let me also congratulate Djibouti and Algeria for assuming that positions as the chair and deputy chair, respectively. Excellencies, we are deeply connected with the African Union, and it's high time to work together. We have great leaders who can help and work with us. We know Djiboutian who has elected as a chairperson, hopefully, who will help us, who will help all this mess, all this problem as the African Union, a budget problem, the alignment program, the rules of procedures and protocol, which should be worked seriously with the African Union. As Pan-African Parliament, we should stay united, work together in the best interest of the continent, as we don't have a choice. It's not a choice, it's a must. We need to stay united. We need to work together. Yes, we might have problems. Those problems should be sorted. We can always, as a parliamentarian, as a politician, we can discuss, we can talk, we can negotiate, we can give and take. That's the way forward as a politicians. Excellencies, I hope we will live at the expectation of people of Africa, and I hope we will have fruitful deliberations under His Excellency President, leadership of President of Pan-African Parliament, Chief Charumbira. Today, your Bureau is united, we are working together, and we count on your support. I thank you, Excellencies.
Honorable Lucia Passos.
Thank you, Your Excellency, President, to give me the floor. Good morning to everyone. I agree, my colleague, the Deputy President of the Bureau, the Secretariat, and also all the Member of Parliament here in the staff. The staff, the social communication practitioner, the interpreters, there are followers. First and foremost, I'd like to wish a happy new year for all Member of Parliament, including to your respective country that you represent in this August House. I also would like to join my voice to my colleagues to welcome the elected country, but I will start from Angola. Angola has taken the leadership of the African Union and also will be the chair of the COREP. And also we have Djibouti, the chair of the African Union Commission, and also the Algeria as a deputy chairperson of the committee. So I'd like to join my voice to welcome to all and also congratulate those countries who have named their commissioner. And also many other countries were also able to elect a commissioner at the African Union level. So this is the reason why I want to join my voice to all members and that are here, that they have a huge responsibility to represent us at the African level. So we will rely with your support with those countries to help us to lobby at African Union so that the Pan-African Parliament, as the third board of the organs, be empowered, endowed with the resources for its full functioning. We have a specific mandate to be the voice of the African people, but to be this voice, we need to be means so that we can attain our objectives. And this year in particular, where we will speak about justice and the reparation for Africa and its descendants, we need to bring closer the parliament of our diaspora, which is our 6th region. We will need to take the parliament to our respective countries and to all our communities. No matter where they are, they need to a voice from African parliaments, and this word will be addressed, and it will come from us, from the member states that represent the countries for our community and our populations. We need to work to promote the human right. We need to work to foster peace. We need to work to be together closer to the population, especially those from where we have an unconstitutional government. We cannot leave these populations alone. We need to be the voice of all, regardless the conditions the country is facing right now. We have conflict situations that the issue of the Sudan, the DIC, and that we need to be proactive. And here, a word for the Committee for Cooperation, the Conflict Management, the Committee for Human Rights, the Committee for Gender, that has all the population under their responsibility. So this is the committee that represents the African people, because here we have the youth and the disabled people. So we also have women. So we need to work together. I think that this year, more than ever, we need to seize this synergy between the committees and making that the parliament decentralize the action so that the member states and the population own the objective or the strategic objective of the Pan-African Parliament. I wish you a good success and a good deliberation. I thank you very much.
Coming you. Good morning. Good morning, honorable members. Be alive. We are here for business. May I start by recognizing the bureau members that are here. 3 of them will have the vice presidents. 3 of them will have the 4th one by the end or before the end of the week. And I recognize all of them. I recognize His Excellency Lady Justice Imani, who is somewhere nearby and will be joining us just now. Honorable, that is the President of the African Court. And then Honorable Remy Lumbu, the Chairperson of the Banjul Commission. It will be virtual, the Vice President. Then I move on to the Deputy Minister of International Relations and the Cooperation of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Thandi Moraka, Excellency Ambassador Marie Antoinette of the APRM, Dr. Barry Biekam, Board of Chairperson of the African Union, African Diaspora 6th Region High Council, Dr. Tumenta Kennedy Commission, African Diaspora Development Agency, the Dean of the African Ambassadors, His Excellency Ambassador Andre Zapaeke, the Ambassador of Palestine, Her Excellency Hanan Jara, Excellency Deans of Regions, our own members of this Parliament, the Pan-African Parliament, representatives of the African Union Commission, our clerk, Lindwe Kumalo, clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, and then the representatives of the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, we call DECO, or the Foreign Affairs of South Africa, who are in this room, distinguished invited guests, members of the media, staff of PAP, ladies and gentlemen. This is to welcome you. This is to welcome you to this session of committees where we prepare for the main plenary in May, June, thereabouts. So we are going this week to come up with issues of the continent per committee. Each committee will try and identify and engage on those issues that can uplift our people, citizens of this continent. And that's why we are here to meet in committees. Today, we are simply saying we are here for this purpose. Just to remind you why we are here. To inspire you, to motivate you in your committees of transport. So that at the end of the day, transport committee tell us that we no longer need to fly outside Africa to come back to Africa. And other digital issues, other digital artificial intelligence, we expect them. Those in health will do the same. In education, will do the same. The women's caucus, youth caucus will tell us, will engage on these issues. And when we come back for the main plenary, they will then do the presentations here. High quality, results-oriented presentations. I'll come back on the floor to say more, but at this moment, I wanted that we rise, have a moment of silence in honor of His Excellency Samuel Safishuna Nyoma, the former president of Namibia, a revolutionary icon, an unwavering Pan-Africanist, a freedom fighter. I can go on and on. A moment of silence in remembrance of our His Excellency Sam Nyoma. Thank you. These are the people that made it possible for us as a PAP to exist. They fought for many years. I now move to congratulate the president of Angola for attaining, becoming now, is now our head on the continent, is the chair of the African Union. Congratulations to Angola, and let's clap for Angola. I move to congratulate the new, see, these people confuse these positions. The president is chair of African Union. Then you have a chair of the African Union Commission. And we congratulate the new chairperson from Djibouti. So we congratulate Djibouti, and we look forward to Djibouti to lift the lives of the Africans. And then the deputy to chair the AUC is from Algeria. So we congratulate Algeria. Thank you very much. I'll come back for a more detailed speech later. For now, we move to welcome new members, those that will be shown in just now. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk Lindwe Kumalo will lead us in the swearing-in ceremony.
Honorable members, on behalf of Honorable Chief Charumbira, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, and the Bureau, and in accordance with Rule 9 of the PAP Rules of Procedure, we will now swear in new members designated by their national parliaments to the Pan-African Parliament. I'll begin with Botswana to invite the following designated members to approach the podium. Honorable Sam Digwa, Honorable Arafat K. Khan, Honorable Dr. Kesetegile Kobotswang, Honorable Kagiso T. Musi, and Honorable Mosadi Seboko.
Okay, start. You all do it at the same time.
I, Semu Wonyem Dihwa,
Arafat Kitokan,
hereby swear solemnly declare that I will inform my functions as member of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability and will honor and dignity in the service of the people of Africa. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution Act of African Union and the protocol to treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established, and I will promote, adhere to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. So help me God.
Thank you.
By the way, she's a chief. Thank you.
Honorable members from Cameroon, Honorable Wayanachi Honorine, and Honorable Pierre Nikina. Okay, they are not in the chamber. From Chad, Honorable Jida Mahamat, Honorable Amina Yaya, Honorable Professor Mahamat Yusuf, and Honorable Mahamat Kaya. Honorable Amina Ali Idris.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Moi, Jida Mamar Muhammad.
I, Jida Mohammed, Deputy MP of the Pan-African Parliament, solemnly swear before the people of this Parliament and before God that I will perform my functions as a member of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability and with honor and dignity in the service of the peoples of Africa. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established. And I will promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. So help me God.
Honorable members from Liberia, Honorable Marie G. Johnson, and Honorable Alex J. Grant. Okay, not in the chamber. From Nigeria, Honorable Michael Bamdele, not in the chamber. From Mozambique, Honorable Iris Bonifacio Baptista Ali, Honorable Excellencia Damio Jose, Honorable Excellencia Safina Felipe Franco, Honorable Rute Venancio Manjate, and Honorable Jose Mantegas Gabriel.
Can we start?
I, Haj Bonifacio Batista Ali, hereby solemnly swear that I will perform my functions as a member of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability, and with honor and dignity in the service of the peoples of Africa. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the Protocol to the Treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established. And I will promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. So help me, Allah. Honorable members from Senegal, Honorable Massamba Dieng, Honorable Fama Ba, Honorable Yoba Balde, Honorable Lamine Faye, and Honorable Therese Faye.
So, moi, Samba Dieng,
I, Samba Dieng, Member of Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament, hereby swear that I will perform my functions as a member of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability and with honor and dignity in the service of the peoples of Africa. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established. And I will promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. So help me God.
So the president will come back. You go to him there. You will come here. The president will come here. Oh, yeah. But it's sorry. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Okay.
From South Africa, Honorable M. Chetty.
I, Morgan Chetty, hereby swear I will perform my functions as a member of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability and with honor and dignity in the service of the people of Africa. I'll be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established. And I will promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan-African Parliament, so help me God.
Welcome. Welcome. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Honorable President, this brings to an end the list of members designated by national parliaments to the Pan-African Parliament for this sitting.
Thank you. We have to have all the brains in the secretariat to make sure we get it right. Now, in terms of Rule 8 of our Rules of Procedure, the title is Vacation of Seat. So Rule 8.5 says where a vacancy is created under sub-rule 104, the President shall, upon the advice of the Secretariat, declare the vacancy before the House. And I hereby declare that there is a vacancy in the post of 4th Vice President, which portfolio belongs to the Central Caucus. So the Central Caucus will meet and nominate, as per the rules, 2 candidates, one being female, one being male. And the elections will take place on Thursday, the 27th of February at 2 p.m. At 2 p.m. in the afternoon. The elections will take place on Thursday at 2 p.m. That is afternoon of Thursday. Please, you are all expected to be in the chamber. All, because we need 2/3 of the membership of the parliament. Thursday, 2 o'clock. Madam Clerk. On this note, we move to invite our main speakers and guests of honor. We'll take a 15-20 minute break and resume at 11 for the next segment of our morning sitting. So we take a break for 15-20 minutes. We start at 11. Thank you very much.
This vision is what drives the African peer review mechanism, commonly known as the APRM. So what is the APRM and what makes it unique? Imagine a continent where all African nations uphold values of good governance, peace, and sustainability. Commonly known as PRM consists supported by 4 directorates, namely Country Review, National Secretariat.
Continue.
Of promoting good governance, which is anchored on Agenda 2063, Aspirations 3 and 4. Its role has significantly expanded. The APRM now plays a key role in tracking the implementation of both aid. Imagine a continent where all African nations uphold values of good governance, peace, and sustainable development. This vision is what drives the African Peer Review Mechanism, commonly known as the APRM. So, what is the APRM and what makes it unique? The APRM was founded in 2003 by the African Union Heads of State and Government as an autonomous entity of the African Union. The APRM is a self-assessment, and peer review process where member states voluntarily participate to promote good governance, transparency, peace, and sustainable development. It's about African countries reviewing each other, sharing best practices, learning from one another, and working collectively to strengthen governance across the continent. The fact that it is the only African-owned and African-led governance assessment and peer review mechanism, which makes it very unique. The APRM consists of continental structures and national structures. At the continental level sits the APR Forum of Heads of State and Government, the Committee of Focal Point, APR Panel of Eminent Persons, and the APRM Continental Secretariat. The Continental Secretariat is led by a CEO appointed by AU Heads of State and Government.
The APRM plays a crucial role in helping governments govern themselves more effectively by providing a platform for self-assessment and peer review. It bridges the gap between the people and policymakers, ensuring that the voices of citizens are heard and reflected in governance.
Its office is supported by 4 directorates, namely Country Review and Assessment, Monitoring and Evaluation, Governance, and Specialized Reporting and Operations. On the other hand, the APRM national structures are represented by a focal point who reports to the head of state, a national secretariat, a national governing council or commission that includes all non-state actors and particularly women, youth, CSOs, private sector, and the media. The NGC is at the core of the APRM process to ensure its transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness. The APRM is at the heart of some of the African Union flagship initiatives to promote good governance, such as the Africa Governance Report, the Africa Credit Rating Agency, the Africa Governance Index, the Africa Governance Support Program, monitoring of Agenda 2063 and SDGs 2030, or again, the Early Warning for Conflict Prevention Program. Over 21 years, the APRM has implemented its inclusive and transparent review process in more than 26 out of 44 participating states. It has managed to create a platform for dialogue involving governments, civil society, and citizens in evaluating key areas such as democratic and political governance, economic governance and management, corporate governance, socio-economic development, and state resilience to shock and disasters. While the APRM remains committed to its core mission of promoting good governance, which is anchored on Agenda 2063, Aspirations 3, its role has significantly expanded. The APRM now plays a key role in tracking the implementation of both Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs 2030, across the continent. Additionally, the APRM has been tasked with contributing to early warning systems for conflict prevention in Africa. The APRM's expanded role contributes further to building a stable, secure, and prosperous Africa, guided by the principles of good governance and homegrown solutions. Today, the APRM stands as a symbol of Africa's commitment to homegrown solutions. It's more than just a governance tool. It's a movement towards accountability, shared learning, and sustainable development. Together, we are building the Africa we want, driven by transparency, peace, and prosperity for all.
The right to enter and exit member states across Africa and move freely within them, coupled with the freedom to move goods unrestricted across the continent. These are seen as key drivers for boosting Africa's economic development. The implementation of measures to promote free movement can be considered as prudent practice and even fundamental elements to breaking down the barriers that have limited economic and social integration throughout the continent and, sadly, even weakened the spirit of Pan-Africanism. The path towards transformation of Africa into a free movement zone and removing prohibitive restrictions was first conceptualized in 1991 in the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, also referred to as the Abuja Treaty, which offered a founding framework for continental integration and set out key objectives for Africa's regional economic communities, including promotion of economic, social and cultural development, and the integration of African economies in order to increase economic self-reliance, development, mobilization, and utilization of the human and material resources of Africa in order to achieve a self-reliant development, and promoting cooperation in all fields of human endeavor in order to raise the standard of living for Africans and enhance economic stability. The African Union's blueprint for the continent's social, political, and economic development and integration, enshrined in Agenda 2063, recognizes free movement as a key element in achieving the continent's development goals and aspirations by allowing Africans to travel, work, and live within their own continent. Agenda 2063, Aspiration 2, outlines the role that an integrated continent will fulfill. And this initiative is further galvanized by the Free Movement of Persons Protocol, which specifies 3 rights which are necessary for the implementation of the goals of the Abuja Treaty. Namely, the right of entry, where African citizens shall have the right to enter, stay, move freely, and exit the territory of an AU member state in accordance with the laws, regulations, and procedures of the host country. The right of residence, where African citizens shall have the right of residence in the territory of any AU member state, and the right of establishment, where African citizens shall have the right to set up in the territory of the host of any AU member state as a business, trade, profession or vocation, or an economic activity as a self-employed person.
The protocol on the free movement of people enables people to ensure that they are able to travel across Africa visa-free. That's the essence. It is also going to facilitate a right of residence and right of establishment. So, giving the example of a business person from Lesotho, if they want to set up a business in Kenya, under the protocol, they would have every right. They can establish that. If somebody wants to reside in another African country other than their country of origin, they have the right to do that. And then, most important, it is also going to facilitate a mutual recognition of professional qualifications. At the end of the day, your qualifications, if you are from Lesotho, should be able to be recognized in another African country. So those are the benefits that it offers.
The commitment to Africans moving in their own continent is a top priority, therefore. It's the top priority. And this is why the idea of free movement of persons then became one of the flagship projects of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. You cannot talk of continental free trade agreement, goods and services, right? Moving across borders without labor and business people. It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. So that is why, therefore, the protocol that was signed, I think, in 2016, is extremely important because it allows Africans to feel at home in their own continent.
With the current exponential growth of Africa's youth population, the transformation of the continent into a prosperous, peaceful, and integrated powerhouse can only become a tangible reality when the walls come down between member states and free movement for people and goods is implemented. As provided in the African Continental Free Trade Area, free movement between countries will require the harmonization of immigration and other laws, infrastructure, and updated institutional practices, while also opening up commercial and job opportunities for Africa's youth, and thus contribute meaningfully to the demographic dividend. In essence, free movement cannot and does not exist in a vacuum. The free movement paradigm also converges with other continental ambitions of integration across.
Imagine a continent where all African nations uphold values of good governance, peace, and sustainable development. This vision is what drives the African Peer Review Mechanism, commonly known as the APRM. So what is the APRM and what makes it unique? The APRM was founded in 2003 by the African Union Heads of State and Government as an autonomous entity of the African Union. The APRM is a self-assessment and peer review process where member states voluntarily participate to promote good governance, transparency, peace, and sustainable development. It's about African countries reviewing each other, sharing best practices, learning from one another, and working collectively to strengthen governance across the continent. The fact that it is the only African-owned and African-led governance assessment and peer review mechanism, which makes it very unique. The APRM consists of continental structures and national structures. At the continental level sits the APR Forum of Heads of State and Government, the Committee of Focal Point, APR Panel of Eminent Persons, and the APRM Continental Secretariat. The Continental Secretariat is led by a CEO appointed by AU Heads of State and Government.
The APRM plays a crucial role in helping governments govern themselves more effectively by providing a platform for self-assessment and peer review. It bridges the gap between the people and policymakers, ensuring that the voices of citizens are heard and reflected in governance.
Its office is supported by 4 directorates, namely Country Review and Assessments, Monitoring and Evaluation, Governance, and Specialized Reporting and Operations. On the other hand, the APRM national structures are represented by a focal point who reports to the head of state, a national secretariat, a national governing council or commission that includes all non-state actors and particularly women, youth, CSOs, private sector, and the media. The NGC is at the core of the APRM process to ensure its transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness. The APRM is at the heart of some of the African Union flagship initiatives to promote good governance, such as the Africa Governance Report, the Africa Credit Rating Agency, the Africa Governance Index, the Africa Governance Support Program, monitoring of Agenda 2063 and SDGs 2030, or again, the Early Warning for Conflict Prevention Program. Over 21 years, the APRM has implemented its inclusive and transparent review process in more than 26 out of 44 participating states. It has managed to create a platform for dialogue involving governments, civil society, and citizens in evaluating key areas such as democratic and political governance, economic governance and management,
Honorable members,
corporate governance,
please may we get seated.
Economic development.
Honorable members, please let's get seated.
It comes back on.
Honorable members, please, could we take our seats? Stop ringing the bell.
Honorable members, all those in the public gallery, please get seated. The guest of honor is entering the chamber shortly. Honorable members, may we please rise. The guest of honor.
Yeah, you can take seats for now. Thank you. Take your seats for now. In terms of pursuant to Rule 38.1, it is with great pleasure that I invite our guests into the chamber to deliver their speeches. We have the President of the African Court, Excellency Lady Justice Imani Abdul, the judge of the African Court and also the President of that court. He is our guest of honor today. Can she come through? Mr. Kibati should be accompanied by the host country representative, Honorable Tandi Moraka, who is the Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, the Republic of South Africa. Yeah, we can rise. Yeah, we do have other dignitaries who are somewhere within the chamber. The clerk will invite them to enter the chamber.
Under the direction of Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, I would like to admit the following dignitaries. Honorable Monique Nsazabaganwa, the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, online. Her Excellency Ambassador Marie Antoinette Rose Quatre, the Chief Executive Officer of the African Peer Review Mechanism, physically. His Excellency Hanan Jarrah, Ambassador of Palestine, present physically. Honorable Remy Ngoyi Lumbu, Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, joining virtually. Honorable Wilson Almeida, Chairperson of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, joining virtually. Dr. Barry Bakeman, Board Chairperson of the African Union African Diaspora, joining physically.
Thank you. You are welcome in the chamber. We also understand we do have ambassadors representing some member states in South Africa. The ambassador of Senegal. The ambassador of Senegal is here. Burundi. How many do we have? Ambassadors. You can actually come in and take the front seats. You are welcome into the chamber. I'm aware Ambassador of Senegal is around.
Then Burundi.
Then we have Palestine, Ambassador Hanan, Seychelles, Senegal, the head of the Arab League. You can come and take the front seats. Yeah, ushers assist them. Thank you. We now commence the opening ceremony, and I salute Excellency Lady Justice Imani Abdul, Judge and President of the African Court, Honorable Remy Goi Lumbu, Chairperson of the Banjul Commission, who will deliver a speech virtually. Our Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, Deputy Minister, Honorable Tandi Moraka, Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Republic of South Africa, we recognize you. Ambassador Mary Antoinette Rose, CEO of the African Peer Review Mechanism. I have not seen her. You are there. Thank you. Welcome. Dr. Barry Beckman, Board Chairperson, Africa Union, African Diaspora, 6th Region High Council. Sorry? Oh, yes. Thank you. You are welcome. Dr. Tumenta Kennedy, Commissioner, African Diaspora Development Agency. Sorry? Oh, thank you. The Dean of African Ambassadors, His Excellency Ambassador Andre Zapaeke. I have not seen him this morning. The Ambassador of Palestine, Her Excellency Hanan Jara, she's here, and we should clap for you, you are here. Excellencies, deans of other regions and ambassadors here present, our PAP members, once more, I salute you for your presence. Representatives of the African Union Commission, our clerk, Lindwe Kumalo, representatives of the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, DECO, distinguished invited guest members of the media fraternity, staff of the Pan-African Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I now will invite solidarity messages from our sisters and brothers that whom we work with. Some are virtual, and we start with a virtual presentation from Honorable Wilson D. Almeida Adao, chairperson of the ACERWC. Thank you very much. Can we have the virtual presentation, please?
Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Okay. Thank you. I would like to address a solidarity message for the ACWC. May I start, Excellency President?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. Excellency, Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, President of Pan-African Parliament, His Excellency Dr. Monique Zambwaga, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Honorable Remy Lombo, Chairperson of Banjul Commission, His Excellency Ambassador Marie-Antoine Kat, CEO of African Peer Review Mechanism, Dr. Barry Bickman, Board Chairperson of African Union Diaspora 6 Region High Council, Excellency Dr. Anna Jarai, Ambassador of Palestine, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. As the chairperson of African Committee on the Right and Welfare of Children, it is an honor for me to deliver this solidarity message during the plenary of the Pan-African Parliament. I extend my warm appreciation for the invitations to attend these sessions and for the opportunity to engage with you today. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to note that the session will be running on the African Union theme of the year, Justice for African and People of African Descent through Reparation. This theme underscored the African Union's steadfast commitment to addressing historic injustice, ranging from the transatlantic slave trade, the colonialism, to apartheid and genocide. It builds on decades of advocacy and collaboration, aiming to foster unity and establish effective mechanisms for reparation justice on global scale. Importantly, this theme resonates deeply with our commitment to protect children's rights. Reparations are not solely about acknowledging the past. They are about assuring that our children inherit a future characterized by equity, dignity, and opportunity. As we reflect on this theme, let us remind that healing the wounds of the past is not just the right things to do. It is also important to step on building strong and inclusive communities. By facing these past wrongs, we make a real change that support our children and build a hopeful future. So every child can grow up, enjoying their right of the African Charter on the Right and the Welfare of Children. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the impact of this historic injustice alone reflected the ongoing humanitarian crisis and conflict across our continent. Africa has frequently experienced prolonged conflicts and emergencies that devastate community and especially impede the effective realization of children's rights. Civil wars, cross-border disputes, insurgency, and terrorism activities have all contributed to break down the traditional protection system at families, community, and national level. Places such as Sudan, the Eastern Republic of Democratic of Congo, Northern Mozambique, and the Sahel have suffered the tragic consequence of such conflicts, where children are not only the victims of the abuse, but also forcibly recruitable into armed forces and armed groups. They live realities of children in conflict situations compel us to urgently pursue comprehensive reparation, justice that address the root cause of instability while protecting our children. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I acknowledge that the Parliament Pan-African plays an important role in advancing the rights of our children and in driving the legislative reform essential for our collective progress. As a place where the voice of Africans are heard, the Pan-African Parliament champions policies that promote social justice, accountability, and unity. In line with this year's African Union theme, the Pan-African Parliament can also help us correct past wrongs by supporting actions that offer reparations and build fairer societies. By fostering dialogue among member states and coordinate legislative oversight, the Pan-African Parliament not only addresses the legacies of historical injustice, but also lay the foundation for more resilient and equitable Africa. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in recognition of similar mandate of the Pan-African Parliament and the DCWC, the two organs have developed the fruitful collaboration. Just to mention, the Secretariat of the Committee has actively participated in seminars and joint meetings with the PAP Committee, particularly the Committee of Health, Labor, Social Affairs, to raise awareness from precious children's rights issues. This engagement has been instrumental in encouraging parliamentarians to drive legislative change in issues affecting children in the continent. I'm also happy to share that at the close of 2024, colleagues from both the SWC and Parliament Secretariat convened for technical collaborative engagement in Maseru, the Kingdom of Lesotho. This meeting served to enhance our mutual understanding for each other's mandate, identify areas of convergence, and concretize potential initiatives aimed by advancing the rights of children. I'm pleased to announce that our efforts have borne fruit, as the SWC and Parliament Pan-African will be signing an MIU on the 7th of April of 2025 during the 45th ordinary session of the ACWC. A detailed roadmap is already in place to assure the effective implementation of our collaboration once the MIU is signed. At this point, allow me also to extend my sincere appreciation to His Excellency, the President of Pan-African Parliament, for allowing us, the SWC, to hold its 44th 45 ordinary session at the Parliament Pan-African premise from the 7th to 12th of April of this year. It is just but another sign that the two organs are committed to work together to advance human rights, including the rights of the most vulnerable groups, the children. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we gather today, let us reaffirm our commitment to justice, reparations, and protection of our children's rights. By addressing the challenge born for historical injustice and ongoing conflict, as we leverage the essential role of Pan-African Parliament, we can build a future where every child grows in Africa fit for children. Together, let us towards an united Africa where justice prevails and our children enjoy their rights. Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you, my brother. And I'm aware your offices are based in Lesotho, Southern Africa. I now call upon Honorable Remy Ngoi Lumbu, Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, through a virtual presentation.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. I'm speaking to you from Geneva, and I'm here to participate in the 50th session of the Human Rights Council, and it is the reason why I'm unable to participate in the session currently taking place in South Africa. Excellency Monique Chabagwanza, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Fortune Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the African Commission on Human Rights and People's Rights, and on my own behalf, I would like to thank the Pan-African Parliament and its President for inviting me to the opening of this fourth ordinary session of the Standing Committees of the 6th Legislature of the Pan-African Parliament. This is the second consecutive time that our institution has been invited and associated with the activities of the Pan-African Parliament. I had the opportunity to address a message of solidarity at the opening ceremony of the ordinary session of the 6th Legislature held in November 2024. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is perhaps worth recalling that there is an institutional link of collaboration between the Pan-African Parliament and the Commission. Indeed, under the terms of the protocol establishing the Pan-African Parliament, one of its objectives is to promote human rights in Africa in accordance with the African Charter on Human Rights, on Human and People's Rights, and other relevant human rights instruments. It is the same charter that gives the Commission, in accordance with Article 45, the mandate to promote and protect human and people's rights on the continent. In carrying out its mandate, the Commission develops standards and non-binding legal instruments, in particular model laws. The Parliament does the same work. The signing of a cooperation framework between our institutions has consolidated this functional link. It therefore calls for active complementarity between Parliament as a legislative body and the Commission as the first quasi-legislative and quasi-judicial institution of the African Union. And in that regard, we have the pleasure to report that we have the same complementarity relationship with our honorable guest of honor today. The Commission was set up at a time when Parliament had not yet come into being. And it's the reason why it still has in its portfolio all its competencies, and it is seeking to establish linkages with the Pan-African Parliament and through its commissioners in order to move in the right direction. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the theme chosen by the Pan-African Parliament for the committee meetings is very interesting. Justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations. It is consistent with the theme chosen by the African Union. This subject is at the heart of the Commission's mission. Indeed, there can be no effective justice without reparation measures that are adapted and applied effectively to meet the specific needs of victims and redress the harm suffered. The Commission plays a pivotal role in recognizing human rights violations and issuing relevant decisions and recommendations. However, this recognition is only meaningful if it is accompanied by effective reparations, in particular through the implementation of the decisions rendered, which is the only way to guarantee adequate reparation to the victims of human rights violations on the African continent. Justice cannot be real without an effective mechanism for the victims of rights violation, and this requires the genuine will and commitment of all stakeholders. The committee meetings on this theme will therefore serve as a platform for discussion and exchanges between parliamentarians in order to reflect on innovative strategies for establishing internal mechanism capable of advancing justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations. Let's not be naive. It's not only about financial reparations. There are other forms of reparations that are consistent with the values and cultural traditions of Africa. The mea culpa of Buru and the declassification of archives and the restoration of cultural assets and other mechanism. Some of these elements were raised during the 38th General Assembly of the African Union held in Addis Ababa from the 15th to the 16th February 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pan-African Parliament has a legislative and diplomatic role to play to bring a reparation to the people of the continent. And I appreciate the work that will be done during these sessions and reiterate the support of the African Commission on People and Human Rights to the Pan-African Parliament in order to achieve, along with the African Union, the objectives of the continent. Together, let's make Africa's voice heard in the quest for historical justice and a fair future. I would not finish my speech without congratulating the Pan-African Parliament Bureau under the leadership of Honorable Fortune Charumbira for the successful organization of this commission. And we are in full support of the deliberations that will take place during this session. And I would like to thank Madame Lindiwe Kumalo for the very good organization of this session and for all the dispositions that were taken for us to participate in this session. I hope to be with you physically very soon in order within the framework of the complementarity that exists between our two institutions. And I would then like to thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Banjul Commission. The next virtual presentation is from the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, the outgoing Dr. Monique. But before that, there will be an interlude of music. Then we invite Dr. Monique. She would have come maybe much later, like number 7, but because she's virtual, we can't keep her to listen to physical speeches for 4 more while she's waiting. So enjoy the music for now, Dr. Monique, the entertainment to celebrate your next speech, and then you take the floor.
Who says? Who says? Who says? Who says?
Umangela mazondongo wenangaye wengomangaye umangela mazondongo wenangaye bangaye umangela mazondongo wenangaye ya mazondishu wenangaye Agela mazondongo wenangaye Agela mazondongo
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for them. I now invite Her Excellency Dr. Monique Sanzabaganwa, Deputy Chairperson, the outgoing Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, to present a speech virtually.
Thank you so much. I hope that you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
Thank you so much. And let me acknowledge Your Excellency, President Chief Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, all the honorable members of the Parliament present, for whom I congratulate the new members who were sworn in today, and all the dignitaries, brothers and sisters from the AU family here present. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm pleased to address this gathering of noble men and women for the final time as the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission on the occasion of the inauguration of the committee sittings of the Pan-African Parliament for the year 2025. I perceive this gathering as not merely a procedural commencement, but a powerful call to action, reiterating the heartbeat of our continent and its vibrant diaspora. For centuries, we have been a people of resilience, the descendants of those who defied subjugation and the rightful heirs of revolutionary freedom fighters and visionaries. Yet today, I would want to ask us if we can truly say we have realized the full potential of our independence. Or do we remain bound to systems never designed to serve our interests? Your Excellencies, honorable members of the Parliament, the African Union has designated 2025 as the year of justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations. This theme is a decisive acknowledgement of the historical injustices that have scarred our memory as a people and continue to impede our progress in various forms. The trade of enslaved people from Africa to around the world, colonial exploitation, apartheid, genocide, neocolonialism, and systematic discrimination have left indelible marks manifested in economic disparities, social fragmentation, and cultural dislocation. Recent discussions, such as those held at the just concluded 38th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of the African Union, coupled with the 48th CARICOM Heads of Government meeting, have further amplified the continent's call for formal apologies and reparations from former colonial masters. These dialogues emphasize the global significance of our quest for justice and the necessity for a unified viewpoint. The economic ramifications of these injustices are staggering. Research has indicated that Africa loses approximately $89 billion annually due to illicit financial flows, equating to 3.7% of its gross domestic product, a modern consequence of historical exploitation. These figures are not mere statistics. They represent opportunities stolen from generations of Africans. Your Excellencies, reparative justice transcends financial compensation and encompasses the restitution of our cultural heritage, institutional reforms, and the dismantling of structures that perpetuate inequality. It is about the restoration of dignity, affirmation of our worth, as well as the creation of an equitable foundation for future generations. We hope that in the future, as advocated by the outgoing Commission leadership, that the Pan-African Parliament ascends to its truly legislative role to be instrumental in this transformative journey. It would steer the enacting laws that recognize and redress historical injustices. It would advocate for policies that promote reparative justice at national, regional, and international level. Also, spur collaborative efforts with global partners to build a cohesive front in the pursuit of justice, as it also oversees the implementation of reparative measures, ensuring they translate into tangible benefits for our communities. The journey towards justice is not an easy one, but it is a necessary one. It is a journey that demands courage, resilience, and unwavering commitment to the values of equity, human dignity, and unity. Today, as you commence your committee sittings, I humbly request that your deliberations be guided by the principles of justice, equity, and solidarity. I urge you to establish actionable strategies that resonate beyond this hall to inspire meaningful change across the continent and its diaspora. May our unity ignite progress, our acknowledgement bring healing, and our actions pave the way for justice. Together, let us transform our shared vision of the Africa we want into impactful reality. I thank you for your kind attention. May God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Monique. You are outgoing, but you are also going to be part of our future of PAP with your experience of the union and also the money issues and the administration issues. You come now as an expert to assist us as PAP to improve our budget allocations and any other issues on the continent, including the reparations theme. So we are still together. PAP will be inviting you in the future for you to come to Midland and associate with PAP and address us, share ideas as to how we can improve the continent. Thank you very much. Honorable members, can we give her the loudest applause? We thank you. We thank you. Merci beaucoup, shukran. Asante sana. We now move to the next presentation, which is physical. Dr. Barry Beckman, Board Chairperson of the AU, African Union Diaspora Council. In front, come and present from the podium here. Here.
I can cook this. Yes. Oh my gosh. Not me. Yeah. Greetings, family, Ubuntu Connected friends and family. President of the Pan-African Parliament, His Excellency Chief Fortune Charumbira, the President of the African Court on Human and People's Rights, Her Excellency Lady Justice Imani, Honorable Vice Presidents of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Dr. Fatimetou Habib, Dr. Ashibir Gayo, Honorable Lucia dos Passos. Honorable members of the House, Excellencies of Protocol, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the African Union, 6th Region High Council, and the over 300 million members of the diaspora spread across the Americas, Latin America, the Caribbean, Asia, Europe, Australia, the Pacific, and returnees without recognition here on the African continent. I also speak as a princess of the Kingdom of Kush, tirelessly working to create a space where we can unite historical Africans in diaspora and promote development in a spirit of unity. I extend my deepest gratitude for this invitation to address this historic committee sitting. Your invitation, Mr. President, is a profound honor, a powerful acknowledgement of the vital role the global African diaspora plays in the sustainable development of our continent and the advancement of the worldwide African community. It speaks volumes about your recognition of our skills, capacities, and unwavering commitment to the struggle for justice, recognition, and development. The three inextricably linked pillars of the United Nations International Decade for People of African Descent, the roadmap towards reparatory justice. And this invitation is not just symbolic. It is a demonstration to the Pan-African Parliament's commitment to implementing Article 3Q of the African Union Constitutive Act, adopted in July 2003 in Maputo, Mozambique. This act, a cornerstone of our shared vision, calls for the integration of Africa and the global diaspora. This journey, a journey we have embarked on together, with various AU organs and bodies, has led us to this moment, to the establishment of the Diaspora High Council, a leave no community behind government structure born from over 125 years of struggle. I speak with regards of the struggle that began after the first Pan-African Congress in London, where the integration of the diaspora and the fight against colonialism were first articulated. I speak of the 140 years struggle since the Berlin Conference, the scramble for Africa, whose scars remain deeply engraved on our continent. Mr. President, I ask you and all of us to close our eyes for a moment. Imagine the unimaginable. Imagine the terror, the dehumanization. Imagine the sheer brutality of being enslaved. Reflect on the devastating impact of enslavement, genocide, and ethnocide. Contemplate what might have been. What if our ancestors, my ancestors, had not been stolen from their homeland, reduced from proud Africans to mere commodities labeled as Negro boy and Negro girl? Would we be gathered today, discussed reparatory justice? Perhaps the Pan-African Congress of 1900 and the subsequent 8 congresses that followed, focusing on the scourge of colonialism, might never have been necessary, and think of the profound impact on both Africa and the diaspora. I stand before you as a living descendant of an enslaved people. My ancestors were forcibly removed from their continent, from our continent, Africa. Their humanity were criminalized and transported across the ocean to Suriname, where I born in South Africa. I carry with me the stories of my ancestors, passed down through generations, stories of unimaginable suffering. And I along with millions across the diaspora, we are seeking for justice. Look at me. If you look at me, what do you see? You see a proud African woman. Look at my dress. I'm deeply connected to her roots, to the roots. Honored to be here in this moment with you. That is a very historic moment. Proud to embrace you, to be who I am. I was always meant to be. And this is the profound significance of our presence here today. And for this, we thank you. My presence here today with Dr. Tumenta Kennedy of the African Union Development Agency. My presence here today embodies the resilience of our people and serves as a testimony to the enduring connection between the diaspora and the African continent. The manuals that dictated the treatment of Africans, enslaved Africans, the Negroes and Negresses, are filled with heartbreakingly cruel, pseudo-scientific, and utterly delusional ideas. They detailed methods of perpetual oppression. The infamous Code Noir of King Louis XIV and similar codes enacted by slaveholders across the Americas from the United States to the Caribbean, codified the power of imbalance between whites and black. These codes dictated every aspect of the lives of enslaved African people, from curfews and restrictions on gatherings and cultural expression, to the denial of our basic human rights, including family life. Love was criminalized, families were torn apart, and women were subjected to sexual racism, treated as property to be exploited. These measures, these prohibitions, were designed to perpetrate white supremacy and maintain the brutal system of enslavement. Their effects continue to reverberate across generations. Chair, I'm coming to a closing. I have 1.5 page. And yet we, the historical diaspora, stands before you today. I stand before you today, and I'm very proud that the world knows. And we endured the most brutal system of enslavement ever inflicted upon our people. And we emerge with resilience, with skills, with an unwavering spirit, stripped of our indigenous heritage, our dignity, and our identity. We never lost our faith in our African identity. It is this faith that sustained us. It is this faith, the same faith, that now guides our engagement with the African Union, particularly in the context of the Ubuntu Leave No community behind High Council model. We are committed to building a sustainable partnership with the Pan-African Parliament, a partnership grounded in our shared history, our shared aspirations, and our unwavering belief in the power of our collective future. Mr. President, Vice Presidents, honorable members of the House, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Ubuntu connected family and friends. We see Africans increasingly asserting their place on the global stage, participating in international organizations. However, we also witness a concerning trend of nations withdrawing from multilateralism. This presents an opportunity for us as the African diaspora and people of African origin. We are larger than any single multilateral organization. We must capitalize on the potential of our people across the globe to build a stronger, more integrated Africa. And as a young girl, I often contemplated the true meaning of African, through years of work. I've come to understand that by harnessing the collective competencies of people of African descent, we can project a stronger, more unified image of Africa to the world. The diaspora extends beyond the CARICOM states. The 6 region incorporates people of African origin in Brazil, Colombia, the United States, Canada, Japan, China, Russia, Palestine, India, Australia, Israel, European Union, European countries, the Caribbean, and beyond. This diverse representation found in the High Council empowers us to come together and finally complete the Pan-African Parliament. I come to a closing. Mr. President, honorable members of the House, distinguished guests, Ladies and gentlemen, we salute your unwavering leadership and steadfast commitment of the African cause. The unique opportunity granted us in 2012 to engage directly within this parliament, a flame that the African Diaspora 6 Region High Council has nurtured with tireless dedication. We have mobilized, we have organized, and we have brought forth to very best of our competences, project skills, finance, and lobbying potential. Yet, as we stand on the cusp of a new era, we recognize that our journey towards true liberation and unity is far from complete. We implore you, continue to walk alongside us, to amplify our voices, and to champion the cause of justice, recognition, and development that binds us as one Africa. Today, we issue a resounding call to this August House. Deepen your engagement with the African diaspora. Establish a dedicated special diaspora committee. And open the doors of your existing committees, trade, justice, gender, legal, and more, to the expertise of our diaspora people. Create focal points within each nation, forging a network of collaboration and resource mobilization that will propel us forward. Let us unite to dismantle the lingering vestige of slavery, colonialism, and neocolonialism. Let us reclaim our stolen artifacts, our ancestral lands, and our rightful economic resources. Let us confront the extensional threat of climate change, the deceptive forces of marginalization, and the pervasive exploitation of the exploitation that continues to plague our people. And let us ensure that the voices of the diaspora resonate powerfully in every global forum. Together we will build a stronger, more integrated Africa, and together we will achieve reparatory justice. Together we will honor the enduring legacy of our ancestors and forge a future worthy of their immeasurable sacrifices. Let us transform the pain of our past into the undeniable power of our future. And thank you, because my Dutch is better than English. So, thank you.
Indeed, thank you very much for addressing the Pan-African Parliament. Where are the ushers? Right, I think another. Thank you very much. I now call upon Her Excellency Hanan Hara, Ambassador of Palestine.
Your Excellency, I would love to say first that we as Palestinians, we are humbled and honored with your graceful invitation to present our situation today in front of the Pope. And I would love to start by asking everyone to join me in a big round of applause for your excellency, for your dedication, for your commitment, and for your solidarity. Thank you. In these testing times, we need someone like you.
Before you proceed, I also want to share with the honorable members that even at the African Union 2 weeks ago, the president of Palestine was invited to AU Assembly Heads of State, and the president of Palestine addressed heads of state of this continent in Addis Ababa 2 weeks ago. So PAP is in the right direction by associating also our session with Palestine. Please continue.
Thank you. معالي السيد
His Excellency Mr. Fortune Charumbira, the President of the Pan-African Parliament. Honorable Vice Presidents of the Pan-African Parliament. Her Excellency Tandem Waraka, Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation in the Republic of South Africa. Your Excellencies, honorable members of the Parliament, Your Excellencies, ambassadors accredited to the Republic of South Africa, distinguished guests, peace, mercy, and blessing of God be upon you. It is a great honor for me to once again stand on the platform of the African continent to speak about what our Palestinian people are exposed to, like massacres, displacement, and systematic destruction that we have endured for more than 77 years. And from this platform, from this podium, I am pleased to convey to you the greetings of the Palestinian people and their political leadership. We also extend our deepest gratitude to His Excellency, the President Charumbira, for his personal commitment to ensuring that Palestine has a permanent platform before this Parliament. It has been 36 days since the ceasefire agreement came into effect. And most of the displaced citizens from the south of Gaza Strip have returned to the northern Gaza Strip, despite the increasing Israeli violations, which have resulted in the killing of more than 100 people during this period. The occupation army continues to prevent the entry of fuel for personal use into Gaza, as well as the entry of caravans, tents, and other humanitarian necessities in a sufficient number. Now, there are growing concerns about the collapse of the agreement due to the lack to transition to the second phase, which starts after the end of phase one, which was scheduled last Saturday, and it did not happen because Netanyahu disrupted the freeing of the second batch of the Palestinian hostages, 602 prisoners, and this means the continuation of the Israeli operations without declaration, official declaration of the end of war. Second, the continuation of occupation of Gaza Strip, also the disruption of all efforts for reconstruction. At the same time, the Israeli army forces and the extremist gangs, they continue their aggression on the West Bank cities, and especially Tulkarm and Jenin cities, and also the camps of refugees in those cities. And this includes killing, arresting, and destruction of properties, either through aerial attack or land attack. Until now, more than 40,000 have been displaced from the refugee camps, especially in that area. And please allow me here to speak according to the development of events, as it might be that the demolition of the tents is not is deliberate, and it is demolished because it is refugee camps with the aim to end this geopolitical that embodies the Nakba of 1948. And here, specifically, Netanyahu's action is completed of destruction with Trump's call to displacement. In the same context, the integration between the resolution of Israeli entity to end the work of UNRWA and Trump's signing of withdrawal of it, which means stopping the funding of it. And in the same context, we reaffirm as Palestinians and as Arabs that the Trump's plans and his resolutions to displace the Gaza residents, either forcibly or voluntarily, and his encouragement to Israel to erase or wipe Gaza from the map for his investment or colonialism projects is a crime against humanity, and it is an ethnic cleansing crime and genocide crime according to 4th Geneva Convention and Roma Statute. And in this context, we value the positions of all nations around the world that categorically rejected Trump's illegal plans. At the forefront, the Arab Republic of Egypt and the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, the Palestine neighbors who were asked by Trump to house the Palestinians in their countries. He even requested from Netanyahu to establish a Palestinian state on the lands or territories of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which is categorically rejected. Honorable dignitaries and esteemed guests, the Palestinian leadership under President Mahmoud Abbas has firmly rejected any calls for the seizure of Gaza or the displacement of Palestinians from their homeland. And in response to the American proposals advocating displacement, he declared, and I quote here, "We will never allow any infringement on our people's right, for which we have struggled for decades and made immense sacrifices," stressing that the Palestinian people will never relinquish their land or sacred sites. Gaza also is an integral part of the state of Palestine, and the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people are non-negotiable. And the Palestinian Liberation Organization is the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people entrusted with their national principles and has the right to decide, and no one has the right to decide the future of the Palestinian people on its behalf. And as President Charumbira stated, President Abbas last week had attended the AU summit in Addis Ababa and said, addressing the leaders of the nations, African nations, he said, "Anyone who believes they can impose a new deal of the century or forcibly displace our people is deluded. The displacement proposals are a diversion from the genocide in Gaza and the colonial crimes and the attempts to annex the West Bank. The only place Gaza's refugees they should return to is their towns and villages which they were expelled in the 1948. Honorable dignitaries and esteemed guests, we express our profound gratitude and appreciation to all African nations, your nations, that supported the final resolutions of the current African Union Summit, which strongly condemned Israel's war and the aggression against Gaza, and rejected Israel's violation of international law by its targeting of civilians and infrastructure. And the final communique had stressed on accounting or Israel to hold accountable for committing genocide, and also called for ending the normalization and cooperation with Israel until it ceases its occupation and aggression against Palestine. It also demanded the immediate release of all Palestinian prisoners, especially women and children. And from here, we call on the August Pan-African Parliament to adopt those resolutions in support of Palestine and its people. In the same context, we also highly value the efforts of the Republic of South Africa in being affirmed to hold Israel accountable before the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court, as well as we value the successes achieved in both courts, especially the ICC, which has issued 2 arrest warrants against the Israeli, against Netanyahu and his Minister of Defense. Additionally, we also thank the Republic of South Africa for the support to establish the High Group last month, that is which consists of 9 countries alongside Palestine. It includes the governments of South Africa, Namibia, Senegal, Malaysia, Bolivia, Colombia, Cuba, Honduras, and Belize. For all of them, they have our utmost appreciation and gratitude. This group wants to coordinate all efforts against the Israeli violations of international law. And those countries comprising this group rejecting, remaining silent towards the crimes committed by the occupation forces since its aggression on Gaza or even before, as they declared their commitment to impose a ban on supplying weapons to Israel, and also stressing the Palestinian right in self-determination, calling all nations of the world to join them to promote an international system based on the justice and the rule of law. We also value the declaration by President Cyril Ramaphosa in his annual State of Nation address, the continuation of supporting Palestine, and that South Africa will not be intimidated by any threats to retreat from supporting the people who have suffered the impacts of apartheid and occupation. We urge this esteemed Parliament to stand in solidarity with South Africa and its efforts to against any imposing any U.S. sanctions on it. Your Excellencies, honorable members, the Palestinian people, in all its aspects, by both Muslims and Christians, political. They aspire to free themselves from the long-standing occupation and enjoy their recognized rights of freedom and independence, and the ability to practice their religious rituals in their churches and mosques without daily violations by the occupation. And in this context, His Excellency President Mahmoud Abbas will present the Palestinian vision to confront the occupation and its racist policies and the arbitrary American decisions at the Arab League Summit in Cairo, scheduled in the first week of next month. As the Palestinian vision consists of the elements that would maintain or preserve our rights and to prevent the attempts of displacing it, and to reconstruct what the occupation have destroyed in Gaza and West Bank, and also to enable the Palestinian state and its rightful administration to assume its responsibilities in Gaza Strip through a group of mechanisms and methods. In conclusion, please allow me, Your Excellencies and honorable guests, to call you for more cooperation and solidarity to achieve a better future of our people. And in that context, we call upon you to organize a solidarity event with the Palestinian people during the next session in May, in coincidence with the Palestinian people commemoration of the 77th anniversary of the Nakba, or the catastrophe, on May 15, as the United Nations has officially recognized the term Nakba to describe that historical catastrophe that befell on the Palestinian people, including massacres, displacement, and forced expulsion. Please allow me, in conclusion, to inform you from this podium about the resolution of President Mahmoud Abbas to thank to honor His Excellency President Fortune Charumbira as a token for his appreciation, for appreciation and gratitude on behalf of our people, and to appreciate his efforts to promote the Palestinian rights in this esteemed forum. In conclusion, I extend my sincere gratitude once again for the opportunity to address you directly with my best wishes for the success of this session in achieving its desired goals. Long live Africa, long live Palestine, and long live the free people of the world. Thank you.
This is very refreshing. Can we have a louder? Now, in support of Palestine, the Northern Caucus initiated a resolution that they would like this parliament to support the efforts that are going on in Palestine. And I'll read it for this sitting to endorse. It reads, we express our grave concern over the catastrophic humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip due to Israel aggression. And we call upon the international community to intensify its efforts to push for the full implementation of the ceasefire agreement with a view to reaching a permanent end of hostilities and begin a new phase of early recovery and reconstruction with the Palestinians remaining on their land. We reiterate our commitment to the two-state solution as the only viable solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and stressed in this regard the necessity to end the Israeli illegal occupation of the Palestinian territory and to concretize the independent, viable, and contiguous state of Palestine on the basis of international law and the lines of June 4th, 1967, with East Jerusalem as its capital. We firmly reject all violations of international law and international humanitarian law. Accordingly, we unequivocally condemn any attempts to displace or transfer the Palestinian people from their homeland under any circumstances, whether from Gaza or the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. We emphasize the urgent need to intensify international efforts to end the historic suffering of the Palestinian people and to uphold their inalienable rights in accordance with international law. It ends here. Are we comfortable with this statement? Thank you very much. It will be published accordingly. I now invite Excellency Ambassador Marie Antoinette Rose, CEO of the APRIM.
Your Excellency, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Chief Fortune Charumbira, and my dear brother, Your Excellencies, members of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellencies, chairpersons of the permanent committees of the Pan-African Parliament, Her Excellency Lady Justice Imani, President of the African Court, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellency Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, my dear sister, Lindiwe Kumalo, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, high commissioners, and representatives of member states, I stand on existing protocol. It is both a privilege and an honor to address this esteemed assembly, the fourth ordinary sitting of the permanent committees and the sixth Pan-African Parliament. I extend my profound gratitude to the Pan-African Parliament for this invitation and its continued commitment to advancing the rule of law and democratic governance among African states. The Pan-African Parliament, PAP, was established to ensure the full participation of African peoples in the continent's economic development and integration. As a legislative and deliberative organ of the AU, PAP provides a platform for legislators from across the continent to deliberate and provide solutions on the challenges affecting the continent. The members of Parliament who have convened here at Midrand are not only elected representatives to this august assembly, nor are they politicians who merely want to have a seat at the high altar of power. You represent our collective aspirations, desire for progress, and our collective will to create a continent where every citizen has an equal opportunity to thrive. The African Peer Review Mechanism, the APRM, a sister institution of the AU, was established as an autonomous governance assessment instrument designed to promote democracy and good governance through voluntary peer reviews and related interventions among African states. Today, however, after 22 years, the APRM has evolved beyond the diagnostic tools for the Union. The mechanism, which has through the years engaged our citizens on various governance issues, has demonstrated that it has a unique potential to prevent conflicts and serve as an early warning diagnostic tool. The APRM has also demonstrated that it can also serve as a post-conflict reconstruction mechanism that promotes and restores constitutionalism and democracy. Your Excellencies, working together, PAP and the APRM can contribute significantly to prevent wars and protracted instability that exact huge cost in terms of human life and socio-economic progress. I call on all of us to help create and protect spaces where diversity, cohesion, and progress manifest as a cornerstone of our societies. My dear brothers and sisters, Africa is facing unprecedented challenges from rapid and drastic shifts in the post-Second World War world order. As Africans, our concerns should go beyond the debates on a unipolar, bipolar, or multipolar world. We must necessarily focus on how we can best come together and chart our path forward to ensure that Africa emerges as a strategic global player from a position of our interest and agency. To achieve this first, we must recognize that Africa is too well endowed
with natural resources to be poor. Africa also has the most youthful population, with almost 1 billion children and youths beyond the age of 35. This means that once we develop critical skills in this population, Africa will easily become the future innovation and productive center of the world. The growing incomes in this demographic would also make Africa one of the biggest markets of the future. Key to the attainment of this goal is democratic governance. Yet, an Afrobarometer report of August 2024 indicates that although African youth prefer democracy to any kind of authoritarian alternative, they are more likely than their elders to be dissatisfied with the way democracy works in their countries. Therefore, PAP and the APRM need to reflect seriously on these views. We must work together to address the challenges which in many ways add to public dissatisfaction and conflict on our continent. For our part, I'm working towards getting the Africa Governance Architecture and the APRM to consider the theme, Youth and Governance in Africa towards Global Leadership, as a theme for the Africa Governance Report 2027. It is my conviction that such a report would serve as a blueprint diagnosis of the governance challenges and opportunities youth face and can harness respectively. Such a report would better inform Your Excellencies, lawmakers and politicians of the choices we need to make to address the persistent and unaddressed challenges facing our youth. I invite PAP to support this agenda and to work together with us on this endeavor. Africa is too rich to have poor citizens. According to the African Governance Report 2025 on Natural Resources Governance in Africa, adopted by the 30th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the African Union last week, Africa accounts for 30% of the world's known mineral resources. The continent has significant reserves of critical minerals and is uniquely positioned to contribute to delivering on green tech, an energy efficient and a secure future. Africa also holds 60% of the world's uncultivated arable land and has the potential to become the world's breadbasket. The report also highlights the immense potential of Africa's blue economy, which currently generates nearly $300 billion for the continent. Distinguished representatives, these facts considered in the context of the ongoing changes in narratives about aid call for serious revision of our circumstances. This is not the time to lament about dwindling foreign aid. It's a time to think about where we invest our resources, build the human capital we need, and put our house in order. As the AGR 2025 report sums it, the political economy dynamics, the interplay of global governance paradigms, domestic power structures, and shifting narratives about Africa's role in the global economy all have a profound influence on the governance of natural resources. These dimensions shape and determine how resources are controlled, distributed, and utilized, and underline the need for governance systems that prioritize equity, sustainability, and African agency. This is a call to the African agency, which requires that we rethink our laws and the role our policy makers in protecting and optimizing the value derived from our natural resources. In simple terms, PAP and the APRM must do their part in protecting our wealth and ensuring that it is used to improve the material conditions and lives of every African citizen. Allow me to emphasize this point. We need laws that protect our businesses and investors, protect our workforce, and put African enterprise first. We need laws that protect foreign enterprises and corporations, not laws that protect foreign enterprises and corporations at the detriment of our own. Such laws and policies should support the growth of the African middle class, which is critical to any economy, and uplift those who fall through the cracks. Second, allow me to share with you the progress the APRM has made in the operationalization of the African Credit Rating Agency, AFCRA, scheduled to come to fruition in the second half of the year. As you may be aware, AFCRA is being established to contribute to the marketplace of opinions on the creditworthiness of our sovereigns and firms. The establishment of AFCRA has been necessitated by shortcomings of the three dominant international credit rating agencies, all of which have been documented for years. African governments have for years raised concerns over the impact of their biases against the continent, which have to some degree negatively affected the cost of capital and investor appetites. It is also envisaged that AFCRA's independent and accurate credit ratings for sovereigns, sub-sovereigns, and corporate entities will improve investor decision-making and promote fair competition between credit rating agencies. Therefore, I call on PAP and members here to promote this agenda in your respective national parliaments. The APRM stands ready to render any support required for this agenda. Your Excellencies, finally, let me speak to the African Union's theme of the year for 2025, Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations. This theme is both timely and crucial in addressing historical injustices and the socio-economic disenfranchisement that comes to affect Africans and people of African descent to this day. This theme underscores the need to recognize the historical injustices, including colonialism, slavery, and economic exploitation, and the legitimate call for reparative justice through economic compensation, institutional reform, and policy redress. A global advocacy campaign for fair trade, debt relief, and economic sovereignty is imperative. Restoration and development through investments in education, health, and technology must underline Africa's cooperation with Europe and the rest of the world. This should not be misconstrued as a call to propagate victimhood, but a legitimate reconfiguration of our relations with the global North and an opportunity for both the global North and South to create a better world. Let us be reminded what the great Marcus Garvey said in 1919 on reparations, and I quote, "America claims she has nothing for us, and England says she has nothing for us. France so, and the different European governments say they have nothing for us. But we have decided we have something for ourselves, that we possess something of ourselves, that we have understood that somebody has been keeping it for us. And we are saying, hand it back. We're ready to give up even the last drop of our blood for the redemption of motherland Africa." Your Excellencies, lastly, it will be remiss of me if I do not seize this opportunity to talk about our security challenges, be it the greatest humanitarian crisis in the world unfolding in Sudan, escalating tensions in the DRC, the persistent challenges in the Sahel region, or post-election conflicts and youth uprisings in various parts of our beloved continent. Africa continues to face serious security challenges that are, among others, underlined by profound governance challenges. According to the Mo Ibrahim report of 2024, the super election year, and I quote, "Over the past decade, across the 17 countries with scheduled elections, the 2024 report shows concerning deteriorations in critical participatory and democratic measures, Although security and rule of law has shown a considerable decline, participation rights and inclusion are also crucial in driving the continental stagnation in overall governance. Distinguished members, this decline in governance was supported by APRM's AGR 2023. The nexus between governance and peace and security is therefore undeniable. Yet the narrative which places governance as a foundation upon which all our aspirations rests has been increasingly ignored in the political and economic discourses of our time. This is evident in our union's meager budget allocation to the AGA platform members and the APRM in particular, a huge contrast in comparison to the volumes allocated to the peace and security efforts of the Union. The Pan-African Parliament has also experienced similar deficits as far as budget allocations are concerned. In my view, this may wrongly suggest that our union has misplaced priorities and result into aggravated conflicts within and across member states. Similarly, as organs of the AU, we must remain also vigilant against external threats and redouble efforts towards the realization of a united Africa. Only through greater continental unity can Africa defend its interests against foreign interference and secure a prosperous, independent future for its people. Whilst we aim for the stars, we must do it with the sobriety of mind and soul for us to unite and progress as one Africa. As the African proverb reminds us, even as the archer loves the arrow that flies, so too he loves the bow that remains constant in his hands. In conclusion, the African peer review mechanism stands in full solidarity with the African Union's efforts to modernize our institutions through the ongoing institutional reforms. We reaffirm our commitment to working with the Pan-African Parliament and all AU institutions to ensure that we deliver with impact and tangible results for our African citizens. Our collaboration will encourage pooling of resources and applying our minds and hearts towards development areas of common interest and policies that are consistent with the aims of the AU to reclaim Africa's control of its position globally. We are reminded by one of the great Pan-Africanists, Kwame Nkrumah, that we should neither face east or west, but we should face forward. My dear brothers and sisters, Frantz Fanon, the great Pan-African philosopher, said, each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it. The great Malemu Julius Nyerere said, my generation led Africa to political freedom. The current generation of leaders and peoples of Africa must pick up the flickering torch of African freedom, refuel it with their enthusiasm and determination, and carry it forward. Now, today, tomorrow, every day, in every way, big or small, we must adhere to these inspiring words of the great Pan-Africanists. These words should always be a powerful guide. At all times, a reminder that we have sworn to serve the citizens of this great continent with honesty, transparency, dedication, and selflessness. To serve and to advance the aspirations of our people with professionalism, performance, and probity. Most importantly, to ensure that we deliver our respective mandates with impact and tangible results for a better life and prosperity of our people. I thank you, shukran, asante, merci, obrigado.
Thank you, APRM. Another round of applause. I now call upon Honorable Tandi Moraka, Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, representing the host government.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, members of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament who are present here today, our guest of honor, Her Excellency Lady Justice Imani Diobut, the Judge President of the African Court. Madam, we honor you. Dr. Beryl Bakeman, Board Chairperson for African Union Diaspora 6th Region High Commission Council, the daughter of the soil who came here and addressed us donned in our African outfit. Thank you very much for coming. His Excellency Ambassador Mary Antoinette Rose, the CEO of the African Peer Review Mechanism, who has just given us a very energetic address to this Pan-African Parliament. Honorable Remy Ngoyi Lumbu, the chairperson of the Banjul Commission, who also addressed this Parliament virtually. Her Excellency Harman Jarar, the Ambassador of Palestine. Madam, we thank you very much for your energetic address also on behalf of the people of Palestine. Distinguished members of this august House, members of the diplomatic corps, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Honorable President, it is indeed an honor and a privilege for me to welcome all of you on behalf of our host government, the Republic of South Africa, to this important opening of the 4th statutory sitting of the permanent committees of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament. Honorable President and members who are meeting here today amidst the current unfolding geopolitical tensions that are taking place here in the continent and also globally. And I want to reiterate our call for the peaceful resolution of conflicts through dialogue and mediation, because that, Honorable President, has been the backdrop of our own foreign policy as the Republic of South Africa. Honorable President, the sitting also is convened at a historic moment marked by the recent appointment of African Union Commission senior leadership. We also need to take this opportunity to congratulate and acknowledge on behalf of the host government of South Africa to the Pan-African Parliament, the new senior leadership of the African Union following the successful election, which were held during the 38th ordinary session of the Assembly of Heads of States of Government at the AU on the 15th of February 2025. The elections of the newly appointed chairperson of AU, His Excellency Mohamed Ali Yusuf, and the Deputy Chairperson of AU, Her Excellency Selma Haddadi, shows Africa's commitment to the values espoused in the Constitutive Act of the African Union. Can we congratulate them through a round of applause? Similarly, Honorable President and members, I wish to also acknowledge and congratulate the newly appointed African Union commissioners who were elected during the recently concluded 46th ordinary session of the Executive Council that was recently held in Addis Ababa, wherein we have seen the humbling support of your esteemed countries, wherein you ensured that South Africa got the position of the Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy. And for that, Chairperson, we are truly honored as the government of South Africa. Mr. President, you will know that our continent is plagued by a myriad of challenges, including threats to democratic governance, issues of peace and security, and the issues of inter- and intrastate conflicts, wherein we continue to see issues of food insecurity and energy insecurity that is affecting mainly the poor and the poorest of our people. We are also continuously experiencing issues of inadequate infrastructure in the continent of Africa, but we continue to say that Africa is endowed with mineral resources. And I think it's high time as the people of the continent of Africa, we ought to sober up and make it a point that that endowment of resources that we have in the continent really benefit the people of the African continent. I'm also pleased to hear that PAP will be tabling a motion here in this sitting wherein you are going to rally behind the South African government amidst the current threats that are emerging from the White House, wherein the President of the US is threatening to impose sanctions on us as the people of South Africa. And really, it is pleasing to hear that PAP is willing to say, not one of our own, not in our name. We will defend what is best for the African people. Really, it is pleasing to hear that kind of a support coming from all of you. It is indeed our hope that the new leadership of the AU Commission, as it was recently elected, will bring to its effect of being in the office the energy to the organization of AU Commission, the fresh ideas, and also an invigorated resolve to respond to the challenges that we desperately need to address as the people of the continent of Africa, including the process of achieving and championing the Agenda 2063, the Africa that we want. Moreover, in this critical period of the second 10 year of the implementation of that Agenda 2063. Indeed, Honorable President and members, African problems really needs African solutions. And it's high time we need to move beyond just mere words and move towards actioning what we have been calling for. Mr. President, the African Union theme for 2025 that is titled Justice for Africans and People of African Descent Through Reparations, close quote, is really timely and welcomed by the 7th administration of the Government of Africa, and it also helps us to define and chart the way forward, even for the Pan-African Parliament. And we want to call upon Pan-African Parliament to make it a point that that particular theme is being realized by all of us, because we have been victims of slave trade, we have been victims of colonialism, we have been victims of racial discrimination as the people of the continent of Africa. So we can't shy away from addressing issues of reparatory justice. Honorable President, I wish to make it clear here that the time to comment on numerous initiatives on reparatory justice that has to be undertaken by the Organization of African Unity and the AU respectively, spanning from the first Pan-African Conference on Reparatory Justice that was held in Abuja, Nigeria in 1993, ought to be delivered by all of us, irrespective of where we're coming from. Because it is in that conference where there was a resolution on the issue of racial discrimination and also a resolution on xenophobia and other related intolerant issues that continues to befall our continent of Africa. President, we are pleased as the government of South Africa that under your leadership, the Pan-African Parliament will contribute to a concrete proposals towards the advancement of the reparatory agenda for Africans and the people of African descent, which will be occasioned by the transatlantic slave trade and also slavery and apartheid and colonialism and neoliberal tendencies that were bestowed on us by the superpower house that used to operate during those times. Mr. President, the Executive Council and the Assembly has adopted several critical decisions which will see the work of the Pan-African Parliament elevated in this regard. And let me applaud the House and in particular your sterling commitment and the leadership alongside the Bureau to ensure that critical issues affecting the Pan-African Parliament are raised at the Executive Council. Your consistency, Mr. President, in engaging the Permanent Representative Committee, which is your PRC, has ensured that a progressive decision is adopted by the Executive Council. Can we give them a round of applause? Mr. President and members, one of the decisions of the Assembly has been a request for member states to implement the theme of the year in their respective countries, and also to make available adequate resources for the implementation of the theme of the year at the national level. It is indeed in this respect that South Africa will also be playing its meaningful role in terms of the implementation of the theme and also sharing of its experiences, including partnership with the 6th region in the continent of the Africa and also in the context of the reparation theme that we have all adopted. For this part, Mr. President, South Africa has fully committed to this endeavor, and our foreign policy, as led by our own President, His Excellency, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, is grounded on the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the further wish to advance South Africa's relations and also multilateralism together with the African Union Commission. Mr. President, in a landmark decision, the recently held Assembly of Heads of States and Governments that has adopted the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls as an instrument which aims to address the scourge of femicide on our continent and also engage men and boys in preventing this kind of violence from taking place. This is a positive step towards a process wherein we are going to ensure that everyone who lives in our continent is safe and secure. In this respect, Mr. President, we look forward to the long outstanding matter of the hosting of the Women's Conference by the Pan-African Parliament during this year, 2025. Finally, Mr. President, we ought to share with you the momentous occasion of South Africa's presidency of the G20 under the theme Solidarity, Equality, and Sustainability. Mr. President, the G20 presidency of South Africa presents an opportunity to work in a collaborative manner and also work closely with the African Union in the priority areas that we have all set for ourselves, which are directly aligned to those of the AU's priorities. And we want to urge you that all of you, as the people of Africa, consider yourselves as the presidents of the G20. It is our own collective effort. With these few words, Mr. President, let me wish you and the entire Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament and honorable members a very best and successful deliberations and debates in the coming few days. And I want to welcome you to our beautiful land of South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Yes. Yes. Yeah. An interlude, a musical interlude. We are moving to the musical interlude now. We are moving the music to the interlude, musical interlude. Him all the committed. Him God. All the committed. Him God. Him 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 conviction. Him conviction. Him God. Him conviction. Him God. Him conviction. Him God. Him conviction. Him God. All the commission. Him all the conviction. Him God. All the conviction. Him God. Conviction. Him God. Him all the 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 conviction. Him God. Thank you very much. May I now call upon our guest of honor, Excellency Lady Justice Imani Abdu, the Judge President of the African Court, to deliver her address. Yes, you should come. Can you put it in writing? Because this is an orderly thing that we cannot interrupt. The guest of honor, take the floor, please. Take the floor, guest of honor. No problem, you can put it in writing. This is an offshore opening ceremony.
Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Vice Presidents of the Pan-African Parliamentary Bureau, Honorable Sandy Moraka, Deputy Minister of the International Relations and Cooperation of the Republic of South Africa, Excellencies, my colleagues, heads of organs, Excellency Remy Lumbu, Chairperson of the Banjul Commission, Excellency Wilson de Almada Adao, Chairperson of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, my dear sister, Excellency Monique Nsanzabaganwa, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, the outgoing one, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, Her Excellency Ambassador Marie Qatar, CEO of the PRM, Dr. Baril Biakman, Board Chairperson, AU Africa and Diaspora 6 Region High Council, members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps present, distinguished invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I think it's afternoon now. Good afternoon. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to stand before you today to deliver this keynote address at the opening of the 4th ordinary sitting of the permanent committees of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament. I bring you warm greetings from my colleagues, judges of the African Court on Human and People's Rights, who are also in session at the seat of the court in Arusha as we speak in the United Republic of Tanzania. Permit me to extend my deepest gratitude to the President of the Pan-African Parliament, my brother Chief Charumbira, for this invitation, which I greatly appreciate, especially as my tenure as President of the African Court approaches its end. It's for that reason I found that it is prudent for me to come physically and not to address you virtually. It is a privilege, therefore, to be ending my term with a keynote address before one of the most important institutions on our continent. Mr. President, since my election as the President of the African Court in June 2021, I have forged a very close relationship with the PAP, and you have reciprocated in even greater measure. You have made it a duty to be at major events organized by the court. Just a few weeks ago, in spite the personal family challenges you had, you still made it to the opening of the 2025 judicial year of the African Court in Arusha. I want to express my sincere appreciation for your dedication and commitment. Thank you very much. I understand you have demonstrated the same keen interest, enthusiasm, and commitment towards other African Union organizations and institutions. This is born out of your conviction, Mr. President, that the African Union, and indeed our continent, needs viable and effective institutions if we are to attain the Sustainable Development Goals in 2030 and the African we want by 2063. The motto of the Pan-African Parliament, One Africa, One Voice, firmly resonates with the aspiration of the African people. It has always been the desire of our forefathers, freedom fighters, and those who fought for our liberation, that we be united and speak with one voice. In his maiden speech to the first meeting of the Organization of African Unity in 1963, entitled "We Must Unite Now or Perish," Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, then President of the Republic of Ghana, sounded the alarm. He wanted that, I quote, he warned that, I quote, "Not one of us working singly and individually can successfully attain the fullest development. Only a united African functioning and a united government can forcefully mobilize the material and moral resources of our separate countries and apply them efficiently and energetically to bring rapid change in the condition of our people, end of quote. On his part, Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, first President of the United Republic of Tanzania, cautioned that, I quote, "Unity will not make us rich, but it can make it difficult for Africa and the African people to be disregarded and humiliated. And it will therefore increase the effectiveness of the decisions we make and try to implement for our development," end of quote. Excellencies, honorable members of PAP, these warnings were not heeded. To this day, we are still yearning for genuine African unity and integration. Our people are still looking for the proper structures through which they can fully express themselves, be it at a national, sub-region, and continental level. That is where you come in. That is where the PAP fits the question. The preamble of the 2014 protocol relating to the Pan-African Parliament clearly states that, I quote, "The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament is informed by a vision to provide a common platform for African people in the continent and the diaspora, and their grassroots organization to be more involved in discussions and decision-making on the problems and challenges facing the continent," end of quote. This is because, according to the preamble again, our leaders were, I quote, "firmly convinced that the strengthening of the Pan-African Parliament will ensure effective the full participation of the African people in the economic development and integrations of the continent," end of quote. Excellencies and dear friends, on the basis of the above conviction, the African Union decided to establish the Pan-African Parliament with the objective to, among others, facilitate and overseeing implementation of AU policies, objectives, and programs, promoting human rights and consolidating democratic institutions and culture, good governance, transparency, and rule of law by all AU organs, regional economic communities, the RECs, and member states, participating in creating awareness among the people of Africa on the AU's objectives, policies, and programs, strengthening of continental solidarity, cooperation, and development, promoting of peace, security, and stability, pursuing on common economic recovery strategy, and contributing to the harmonization and coordination of member states' legislations. I look at the objectives of the PAP, reveals that it was actually meant to be a people's house, where all the issues relating to the socio-economic and political aspirations of the African people will be discussed. These objectives of PAP are constant with a reinforce the seventh aspiration of Agenda 2063, which, I quote, "reflect our desire for sharing prosperity and well-being, for unity and integration, for a continent of free citizens and expanded horizons, where the full potential of women and youth are realized, and with freedom from fear, disease, and want," end of quote. If you want to attain the objectives of Agenda 2063, that is the Pan-African vision of an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens, representing a dynamic force in the international arena, we must start by giving voice of the people. We must start by strengthening the Pan-African Parliament. We must ensure PAP plays the role for which it was established. Excellencies, in spite of the strategic importance of PAP in the development and integration of the continent, I note with regret that more than 10 years after the adoption of the 2014 protocol, only about 14 countries have ratified the same. I take this opportunity to call on those countries that have not already done so to take urgent steps to ratify the protocol to enable PAP play its full legislative and oversight functions. Excellencies and dear friends, the challenges you are facing notwithstanding, let me recognize the tremendous contribution you have made to strengthen Africa's democratic institutions, promote justice and human rights, and amplify the voice of African people. Through your relentless effort in legislative oversight, model laws, policy formulation, and advocacy for the protection of human rights, you are shaping the future of Africa towards Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. I encourage you to remain steadfast in your mission. A Pan-African Parliament with full legislative power can play a vital role in advancing the African cause. The African Union has declared as the theme for 2025, justice for African and people of African descent through reparations, and is seeking reparation from the West. This is a cause which can be effectively championed by PAP by advocating for reparative justice within its committees. PAP can be the drive force behind the campaign for reparations through, among other means, legislative and political efforts and encouragement of parliaments in different parts of the world. PAP can use its platform to not only raise awareness, but also to develop policies and lobby for legal frameworks that hold former colonizing powers accountable. By pushing for the creation of binding agreements, encouraging African governments to unite in their stance on reparations, and fostering collaboration with international organizations, PAP can contribute significantly to the realization of reparations as a legitimate means of justice for Africans and people of the African descent. Through this, PAP will be advocating not just for symbolic reparation, but for long-term systematic change that addresses the root cause of inequalities and offers Africa the opportunity to rise to its rightful place in the global order and ensuring Africa's voices are heard on the global stage. Honorable President, honorable members and distinguished delegates, the legislative arms of the African Union is capable of intervening in every crisis situation because it has the potential to do so. Today, we are witnessing several crises in several countries on our continent. Wars and constitutional change of government, poverty, human rights violations, mercenaries, exploitation of minerals, etc., all at the detriment of the development and integration of our continent. Where is the voice of the people? Where is the Pan-African Parliament? The people are asking. With the various committees established, the Pan-African Parliament must use its influence to intervene in crisis situations mediation efforts, and peacekeeping initiative. As representative of the people, you carry the voice of those who seek redress, who demand accountability, and who yearn for a future free of wars, poverty, injustice, and marginalization. About 10 days ago, I was sitting in Mandela Hall, together with other heads of organs and the current AU leadership. We witnessed as the head of state and government of the African Union elect the new leadership of the African Union Commission to steer the affairs of the Union for the next 4 years. The election, especially for the chairperson and deputy chairperson, caught the attention of the entire continent, and to some extent, the political and diplomatic world. At the end of the day, I can safely say the elections were hotly contested, but were free, fair, and transparent. Some people may not have been happy with the results, but did accept the same because the process was transparent. I raise this because elections in most of our countries have been the source of conflicts, resulting sometimes into full-scale wars. The people's representatives of the voice of the people, the Pan-African Parliament should be at the forefront to advise African governments on suitable election systems and type of democratic or governance system that is best suited for our people and our needs in Africa. Honorable President, honorable members, and distinguished guests, a proper government, even at the national level, must have a strong, independent, and effective executive, legislative, and judicial arm, working side by side, ensuring proper checks and balances, with one goal only: promoting the objectives, promoting interests of the people, for the African Union to promote effective and attaining its objective. These three arms of the government must be provided with the means to discharge their roles. I'm saying so, as you heard from my colleagues in different AU organs, especially the Commission, as well as the President, Charumbira. These three organs, they have been undermined to pursue its mandate effectively due to lack of resources, especially the budget. The legislative arm of the Union, and given that one of the main functions of the PAP is to promote human rights on the continent, the African Court has collaborating closely with your organ, Your Excellency President. Last year in Arusha, we signed a cooperation agreement to strengthen our relationship and collaboration. We also work closely with and on the sideline of the African Union meetings to ensure we promote policies and practices that are in the interests of the Union. During the last summit, for instance, in collaboration with other sister organs, we addressed a joint letter to the new Bureau of the African Union Commission, seeking a joint audience to discuss matters pertaining to our organs and the Union as a whole. We are all driven by our love for our continent and the need to change the narratives and proper Africa and propel Africa to the level it ought to be. It is my firm belief that through strengthening synergies between the African Court, the Pan-African Parliament, and other AU organs and institutions, we can push forward an agenda that will rewrite our history and push for the Africa we want. Together, I'm confident we can do it. Honorable President and the member of Parliament of PAP, distinguished guests, the African Court on Human and People's Rights stand as a pillar of justice, providing legal redress to those who seek it, ensuring that human rights are respected across the continent. However, despite our unwavering commitment to uphold these values, we continue to face significant obstacles that hinder the court's ability to function effectively. One of the most pressing challenges is the non-compliance with the court's decision by states. When states fail to implement the court's decision, they not only undermine the credibility of our judicial systems, but also deny justice to those who need it most, leaving individuals and communities vulnerable and without recourse. This disregard for the African Court decisions damage the very foundation upon which our effort to promote justice, equality, and human rights is founded. Another major challenge we face is the failure of many states to ratify the protocol establishing the court and deposit the declaration under Article 34, sub 6 of the protocol establishing the court, which allows individuals and non-governmental organizations, NGOs, to directly access the court. Without ratification declaration, countless Africans are unable to bring their cases before the court, thereby limiting their access to justice. This creates a significant barrier to the realization of human rights across the continent. The non-ratification of the protocol establishing the court by some countries and the withdrawal of deposits under Article 34, sub 6 by others has only deepened this challenge. The Pan-African Parliament has an important role to play in advocating for the strengthening of the African Court on Human and People's Rights, encouraging states that have not already done so to ratify the protocol and deposit the Article 34, sub 6 of declaration, as well as to comply with the court's decisions. A strong and full functioning African court is not just essential for the protection of human rights, but is also fundamental for fostering solidarity among African nations. Without it, political interests will continue to overshadow the need for justice and accountability, and the realization of a peaceful, democratic, and just Africa will remain an elusive goal. We must not allow these challenges to persist, but instead work together to ensure that justice is not only promised, but delivered. I take this opportunity to call on all PAP members, especially those from countries that have not ratified the protocol establishing the African Court, or that may have ratified but not deposited the Article 34, sub 6 declaration, to use their legislative power to table this in their national parliaments, to call on their government to do so. This is not a political matter. This is not a party matter. This is a matter for social, economic, and political development and integration of our continent. This is about the future of Africa, the next generation and generations to come. We must play our role, either individual or collectively. Let history remember you as the one who, as a member of PAP, made a change in the protection of human rights in your country and the continent at large. Let history remember you as the one who, as a member of PAP, brought about genuine development and integration of the continent. Let history remember this sixth parliamentary of the Pan-African Parliament, the one that decided to change the narrative by taking bold steps to promote the socio-economic and political development of our continent.
by putting the people of Africa above all else. Honorable President, the honorable members of this parliament, as I near the conclusion of my tenure, I reflect on the journey we have taken together. It has been an honor to serve as the president of the African Court on Human and People's Rights, and I'm proud of what we had accomplished so far. But there's still much work to be done. I leave you with a challenge, Honorable President and your colleagues. Continue the fight for justice, continue the fight for peace, and continue the fight for a united and prosperous Africa. I may not have the opportunity to address you again in this capacity, but I have full confidence in your ability, Your Excellency, President, and your colleagues to carry forward the mission of justice, democracy, and human rights. Africa's future is in your hands. Do not falter, do not waver. The people of Africa depend on you. Let this sitting of the permanent committees of the Pan-African Parliament mark a defining moment in our sharing journey. Let it be a time to reaffirm our commitment to justice, peace, and unity. May it serve as the foundation for a renewed Africa, one where every citizen, regardless of nationality, gender, or social status, can live with dignity, opportunity, and hope. I end with these challenging words from my former president, of which my sister also reiterated, Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere. He challenged us as follows. My generation led Africa to political freedom. The current generation of leaders and peoples of Africa must pick up the flickering torch of African freedom, refuel it with their enthusiasms and determination, and carry it forward, end of quote. After saying so, I would say, long live the Pan-African Parliament. Long live the African Court on Human and People's Rights. Long live the spirit of African unity and justice. I thank you all. Asanteni sana. Shukran. Muito obrigada. Merci beaucoup. Gracias.
Yes.
And wish you productive deliberations.
Thank you very much. And wait there before you leave. Another loud dust applause. Remain there, President. The first Vice President, please, can you approach, go where she is? Honorable Mr. Kibati, President, the speech was an opener, and you are saying you may not address again, but I think you may. But we have some token to remember Pan-African Parliament for. So that will be presented to you by the first Vice President. Asante sana. Thank you very, very, very much. Madam Clerk, no, before we go there, the request, and we had prepared something on South Africa. As Pan-African Parliament, we issued a statement on Palestine, would request this House to consider this one, that the US government is imposing sanctions on South Africa, mainly because South Africa took Israel to court for human rights violations in Palestine. But they bring in one other reason. They say you are trying to address the land issue here in South Africa, but the details, the law that they mentioned doesn't even exist. And would want Pan-African Parliament to play the role that they played in Sudan. You are aware that we as PAP traveled and sat in Sudan for a session when Sudan was under sanctions. And we sent a delegation of our parliamentarians to US to engage the US congressmen. And the sanctions were lifted. So we want to again on South Africa, the PAP to take an initiative to engage the USA on this issue of imposing sanctions on South Africa. Thank you very much. I approve that. Then the details will be communicated, but the principle is that we as Pan-African Parliament, first of all, do not support the sanctions that have been imposed on South Africa, and that Pan-African Parliament, through the Committee on Cooperation, and of course human rights and others, will have to constitute a delegation that engages USA. I got some ideas and suggestions that since there is G20, and when we meet, I think October, November for session, there will be former G20 and the heads of state will be in this country. Please listen to this one. Some have suggested, let's invite President Trump to come to PAP and address parliamentarians, and so that they can engage with him in a debate as Africa. Okay, we'll try and pursue that one. But it's a suggestion. It can be improved if there are any other views on it. We are sitting on 2 p.m. 2 p.m. We are supposed to be back here at 2 p.m. But now it's 2 p.m. Madam Clerk, any announcements? Make the announcements. First of all, this is not a debating session. This is a prescribed opening session. And yes, but we cannot give preference to anyone. This would be wrong for us to start debating in a prescribed opening session. We are not in debate, Mr. Yes, please, you are ruled out of order. Thank you. Yes, you are ruled out of order. Can we have the announcements, Madam Clerk? Yes, please take your seats. Take your seats. Take your seats.
We have to speak in our presence. She's a lawyer. She's a judge.
Who's the judge? Yes, but she can come back for debate. Madam Clerk. All right. I'm told the Central Caucus will remain in this room. The new members will be put in committees by the Bureau of each caucus, that the chairperson, and the deputy, right, and the bureaus will deploy. And then Central Caucus, you remain here. The House President, the House allow people to speak. The House reconvenes at 2 p.m. We are reconvening at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. we reconvene. The House is adjourned until 2 p.m. 3 p.m. We come back at 3 p.m. We come back at 3 p.m.
This is not a farm. This is not a kingdom. This is parliament. This is not the focus for people and committees, not the bureau. That's the bureau. This is not the kingdom.
The order paper is not followed. Mr. President, order.
What it means is that we have promoted the protection of our children, their welfare, and at the same time, we would have nurtured our children towards promoting an Africa fit for children and also a safe, secure Africa for children.
The implementation of Agenda 2040 is carried out phase by phase.
What it means that the action plan is implemented over a period of 5 years, reviewed for progress, identify any challenges, identify any strengths, and if there are any challenges, what can be done? A review is made so that we improve and strengthen the mechanism to ensure that Agenda 24 is realized in all states of Africa.
Let us unite our efforts, advocate for children's rights, and work towards an Africa fit for children. If you want to learn more about Agenda 2040, go to our website at www.acrwc.africa.
The right to enter and exit member states across Africa and move freely within them, coupled with the freedom to move goods, unrestricted across the continent. These are seen as key drivers for boosting Africa's economic development. The implementation of measures to promote free movement can be considered as prudent practice and even fundamental elements to breaking down the barriers that have limited economic and social integration throughout the continent and, sadly, even weakened the spirit of Pan-Africanism. The path towards transformation of Africa into a free movement zone and removing prohibitive restrictions was first conceptualized in 1991 in the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, also referred to as the Abuja Treaty, which offered a founding framework for continental integration and set out key objectives for Africa's regional economic communities, including promotion of economic, social and cultural development, and the integration of African economies in order to increase economic self-reliance. Development, mobilization, and utilization of the human and material resources of Africa in order to achieve a self-reliant development, and promoting cooperation in all fields of human endeavor in order to raise the standard of living for Africans and enhance economic stability. The African Union's blueprint for the continent's social, political, and economic development and integration, enshrined in Agenda 2063, recognizes free movement as a key element in achieving the continent's development goals and aspirations by allowing Africans to travel, work, and live within their own continent. Agenda 2063, Aspiration 2, outlines the role that an integrated continent will fulfill. And this initiative is further galvanized by the Free Movement of Persons Protocol, which specifies 3 rights which are necessary for the implementation of the goals of the Abuja Treaty. Namely, the right of entry, where African citizens shall have the right to enter, stay, move freely, and exit the territory of an AU member state in accordance with the laws, regulations, and procedures of the host country. The right of residence, where African citizens shall have the right of residence in the territory of any AU member state, and the right of establishment, where African citizens shall have the right to set up in the territory of the host of any AU member state as a business, trade, profession or vocation, or an economic activity as a self-employed person.
The protocol on the free movement of people enables people to ensure that they are able to travel across Africa visa-free. That's the essence. It is also going to facilitate a right of residence and right of establishment. So, giving the example of a business person from Lesotho, if they want to set up a business in Kenya, under the protocol, they would have every right. They can establish that. If somebody wants to reside in another African country other than their country of origin, they have the right to do that. And then, most important, it is also going to facilitate a mutual recognition of professional qualifications. At the end of the day, your qualifications, if you are from Lesotho, should be able to be recognized in another African country. So those are the benefits that it offers.
The commitment to Africans moving in their own continent is a top priority, therefore. It's the top priority. And this is why the idea of free movement of persons then became one of the flagship projects of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. You cannot talk of continental free trade agreement, goods and services, right? Moving across borders without labor and business people. It doesn't make sense. It will not make sense. So that is why, therefore, the protocol that was signed, I think, in 2016, is extremely important because it allows Africans to feel at home in their own continent.
With the current exponential growth of Africa's youth population, the transformation of the continent into a prosperous, peaceful, and integrated powerhouse can only become a tangible reality when the walls come down between member states and free movement for people and goods is implemented. As provided in the African Continental Free Trade Area, free movement between countries will require the harmonization of immigration and other laws, infrastructure, and updated institutional practices, while also opening up commercial and job opportunities for Africa's youth, and thus contribute meaningfully to the demographic dividend. In essence, free movement cannot and does not exist in a vacuum. The free movement paradigm also converges with other continental ambitions of integration across Africa today, namely promoting Pan-African identity and social integration, promoting intra-African trade and commerce, incentivizing tourism and leisure travel from inter-African travelers, improving knowledge transfer and skill sharing, bolstering trans-border infrastructure and resources, facilitating labor, mobility and diversification, and improving legal protection and human rights for all citizens. These long-term benefits, coupled with the legal safeguards contained in the African Union's Protocol on Free Movement of Persons, will ensure protections for all nationals.
We cannot have free trade without free movement. If we don't have free movement, how we can move goods? How our citizens, our young people can move and have job opportunity and to study we have good universities. We have to go with free movement to allow our citizens to move within our continent.
I always imagine that the free movement we have in our economies now and the CFTA and the free movement of services, if we have the opportunity of having the free movement of people linked to it, imagine that. It means more jobs it will be created in the continent. It means more opportunities for our young people in Africa. It means more opportunities for skills development for these young generations. It means that they can have the opportunity to fulfill their aspiration within the continent.
The Agenda 2063 flagship projects of the single African air transport market and the commodity strategy are inextricably linked to that of free movement on the continent. Moreover, the single African air transport market is predicated and reliant upon the ability and free movement of people to fly into one another's national airspace, while the commodity strategy will only be a viable framework if goods transported between member states are able to leave and arrive unhindered without interference between neighboring countries. These linkages illustrate the pivotal role that free movement will play in the sphere of not only political integration for Africa, but also its social and economic impact on the shifting demographic related to labor and other trends across the continent.
The movement of capital, the movement of physical technology, the movement of raw materials goes in tandem with the movement of people. The people will go and trade, the people will go to work. I'll give you a very good example, is the marathon that is being produced in Rwanda. If we speak right now, Rwanda is struggling because of the coronavirus, because they are getting all the inputs from China. What if we are producing all the inputs from Africa? The marathon would be an African phone, completely. It's still an African phone by way of saying that the minerals come from Africa. But there is when you look at the rules of origin, those minerals go to China or other countries, they turn them into chips, into micro other inputs, and they come back to Rwanda for assemblement. So we don't want to assemble. We want to have the whole integrated value, the whole value chain, that one country produces these minerals, another one produces chips, another one produces, then you come and produce a whole phone or a whole laptop, a whole computer, a whole... Electronics would be a very good example.
I like to think of the Free Movement Protocol, the Joint Labour Migration Programme, the Single African Air Transport Market, and the African Continental Free Trade Agreement as being four wheels of a vehicle. If one of those wheels does not move right, the vehicle will possibly grind to a halt or perhaps just not move as smoothly. And we encourage in our discussions with member states as well as with the AUC, we encourage them to look at them as going hand in hand. And this is particularly important in the context of free movement. We know that African member states oftentimes are mimicking the same fears around migration that we see in the West. There's all of those misperceptions about labor migrants coming in to take our jobs. And yet we know that that is abundantly not the case. So we try and promote that understanding that as much as there is excitement around the AFCFTA, the goods will not move if the people cannot move. And we know this from global statistics. If you look at some of the regions that have the highest inter-regional trade, they are the regions that have inter-regional mobility. Africa remains the least integrated of all world regions, and that is slowing down Africa's economic growth. So we're working very hard, again, with the African Union Commission and the different departments to get them to look at the interconnections between all of these various AU initiatives so that none of them is allowed to lag behind, because if it does, the whole integration agenda will be held back.
While 30 countries originally signed the Free Movement Protocol in 2018, ratification and formalization of the agreement via legal instruments is still pending by many member states. So what are some of the issues holding back member states from full ratification? And how legitimate are these concerns?
I think that we need to also pay attention to our land borders, because our land borders is where a lot of the, if you like, commerce, informal commercial activities go on. There is a bit of neglect in the sense that if you are concerned about the security of your border, then definitely the start point should definitely be the community living there. If the community across the other border has more facility than the other, you find that there will be this movement, and you find that people will now start struggling either for water or for markets and so on and so forth. And then this kind of brings clashes, and this clashes makes governments hesitate to see the benefits of this free movement.
People have fear of the economic impact. People have fear about security. What will be the security implications of people coming into our territory? There isn't the comfort level that there ought to be regarding where other countries are in terms of their civil registry systems, which are very weak in most countries on the continent, it has to be said. So governments will get comfortable with the idea of opening up to free movement if there are robust systems in place across the continent in terms of civil registry systems, so that whoever turns up at your border with a passport can really, you can have the confidence that this person is indeed who they say they are. I should add that free movement doesn't mean zero border controls. If anything, free movement implies ever more robust controls at borders. So this is something we feel the need to emphasize, that in an age of free movement, we need to support countries to ensure they have the capacities for ever more robust border controls, but with a different posture, with a posture of facilitation rather than impeding. Because again, the vast majority of intra-African movements are bona fide movements. They should be facilitated, not impeded.
Examples of other regional integration projects and free movement practices are also offered by partners of the African Union, sharing knowledge, advocacy, and formal channels to deliver best practices for the continent's own integration agenda.
We always like to say that we are a very close partner of the African Union. We even use the word strategic. And we like to be the best partners of the African Union for the simple reason that is a project that obviously echoes very much what we are trying to do in Europe in terms of integration. These are two unions. There are two institutions behind these two unions who work in terms of promoting collaborations as a form of progress in their own field, but also worldwide. So for us is more than working with a partner. Is working with a partner has very much a DNA that resembles a little bit ours. We believe very much that development of Africa will progress because of integration, and this is why we like to call it a partnership, because it's something where there is something for both of us in terms of opportunities, but also in terms of establishing and strengthening models of integration. And looking also at the future on creating a digital market for Europe and a digital market for Africa. So, and the single aviation market, of course. So all the freedoms that a single market brings in working in these areas where we can provide support, technical assistance, but most importantly, we can share our experience in this endeavor.
The adoption and implementation of the African Free Movement Protocol, together with the African Continental Free Trade Area, carries tremendous potential to boost economic growth and promote social development in line with the Pan-African Agenda 2063. When implemented properly and in line with the interests and rights of migrants, states, and employers alike, the abolition of visa requirements and the right of residence will help boosting productive labor mobility, ensuring that the enormous human talent available in Africa can truly benefit the whole continent. In the EU, we have witnessed the remarkable benefits of free movement and free trade, including lower unemployment rates, more commercial activities, and increased cross-border trade and tourism. I'm confident that in Africa, free movement as part of the broader free trade agenda shall herald a new chapter in the progressive development of the continent. The Free Movement Protocol, as part of the broader free movement agenda, aims to cater to interests of all African populations, to protect human rights and give opportunities to different groups, from students, entrepreneurs, traders, laborers, tourists and investors, to the receiving communities. As such, the protocol is an essential component of Africa's ambitious Agenda 2063.
If we solve the issue of free movement, creating job opportunities, creating tourism in Africa and moving in Africa, we won't have our migrant going outside. And that make some partner to help us to keep our citizens in Africa. And it gives me occasion to appeal to them to help us to sensitize, because we need a strong person to handle the issue of free movement, to sensitize our member states, telling them, don't be afraid, we have more benefit having free movement than challenges. And we are working with our partners, and we need the support of all partners to assist us to have a free movement to be a reality in Africa.
Translating the pragmatic goals of interconnected travel, trade, and free movement also frequently require another common but equally important denominator, the African passport. The production and issuance of the African passport mandated by the African Union is intended to ease travel within the continent by exempting holders from needing entry visas at any of Africa's borders. From its launch in 2016, the African passport has remained a crucible of the integration agenda for the continent, while also being one of the flagship projects of Agenda 2063, along with the Free Movement Protocol and the AFCFTA. Another common underreported fact, in the midst of recent vilifying migrant reports emanating from Europe, is that the majority of African migration is into Africa. That is, the majority of travel by Africans for labor, business, or leisure is actually from one African country to another African country. The African passport, when synthesized with the expansion of the free trade area, along with inherited labor and settlement rights in neighboring countries, could also dissipate the demand for dangerous and illegal migratory routes.
We want our young generations to have the opportunities they are looking for within the continent. Then if they want to migrate, they can migrate, but our advice for them is just do it through legal corridors. Look for legal pathways for migration. Don't go risking your life. Don't be exploited by human trafficking networks. Don't risk your life ending up at the bottom of the Mediterranean or dying in the Sahara Desert. No. Look for legal channels. But first, look for your opportunity at home. But it's not only for the young people to look. It's for us as governments to create this atmosphere.
Traveling freely on the continent with the African passport is a crucial asset for promoting labor mobility, investment, and skills sharing between neighboring member states. In addition, the elimination of travel barriers also requires individual countries to effect and implement open visa regimes, policies that in turn will accelerate AFCFTA initiatives and other free movement principles. With increased global movement, concerns have been raised about the risk caused by health crises and necessitated subsequent emergency measures that impact the movement of persons as countries implement stricter controls to prohibit entry and even temporarily closing borders. Within a regionally integrated regimen, such as the Free Movement Protocol, African countries can benefit from knowledge systems, tracking cross-border movements of persons, promoting knowledge and sharing necessary data of cross-border collaboration for the management of health processes, and allocation of resources to support member states.
The Americans, the Europeans, predominantly, they move easier than us as Africans in our own continent. Now, this protocol is trying to redress that. We are saying to AU member states, as part of implementing the roadmap of the protocol, first, relax visas. Relax visas and allow citizens to move.
The African passport will restore equilibrium in access to continental ports of entry for all African travelers, adding much-needed momentum and symmetry to movement while enhancing the integration agenda of the continent. The Free Movement Protocol, the AFCFTA, and the African passport form a comprehensive and cohesive structure for continental integration. And while linked, each are political, economic, and social drivers in their own right. The barriers to free movement across the continent are now outweighed by the opportunities and commitment by member states to affirming the interconnectivity of Africa in all spheres and for all its citizens.
What we're also working with the African Union to do is to change the misperceptions around migration, to change the false narratives around migration, especially African migration. And we hope that with time, when migration is better understood, countries that right now see it as a threat will embrace it as the opportunity that it is, again, if well managed. So changing the narrative is another important aspect of our work that will have to be reinforced going forward if free movement is to become the reality that we need for it to be.
Imagine a continent where all African nations uphold values of good governance, peace, and sustainable development. This vision is what drives the African Peer Review Mechanism, commonly known as the APRM. So what is the APRM and what makes it unique? The APRM was founded in 2003 by the African Union Heads of State and Government as an autonomous entity of the African Union. The APRM is a self-assessment and peer review process where member states voluntarily participate to promote good governance, transparency, peace, and sustainable development. It's about African countries reviewing each other, sharing best practices, learning from one another, and working collectively to strengthen governance across the continent. The fact that it is the only African-owned and African-led governance assessment and peer review mechanism, which makes it very unique. The APRM consists of continental structures and national structures. At the continental level sits the APR Forum of Heads of State and Government, the Committee of Focal Point, APR Panel of Eminent Persons, and the APRM Continental Secretariat. The Continental Secretariat is led by a CEO appointed by AU Heads of State and Government.
The APRM plays a crucial role in helping governments govern themselves more effectively by providing a platform for self-assessment and peer review. It bridges the gap between the people and policymakers, ensuring that the voices of citizens are heard and reflected in governance.
Its office is supported by 4 directorates, namely Country Review and Assessment, Monitoring and Evaluation, Governance, and Specialized Reporting and Operations. On the other hand, the APRM national structures are represented by a focal point who reports to the head of state, a national secretariat, a national governing council or commission that includes all non-state actors, and particularly women, youth, CSOs, private sector, and the media. The NGC is at the core of the APRM process to ensure its transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness. The APRM is at the heart of some of the African Union flagship initiatives to promote good governance, such as the Africa Governance Report, the Africa Credit Rating Agency, the Africa Governance Index, the Africa Governance Support Program, monitoring of Agenda 2063 and SDGs 2030, or again, the Early Warning for Conflict Prevention Program. Over 21 years, the APRM has implemented its inclusive and transparent review process in more than 26 out of 44 participating states. It has managed to create a platform for dialogue involving governments, civil society, and citizens in evaluating key areas such as democratic and political governance, economic governance and management, corporate governance, socio-economic development, and state resilience to shock and disasters. While the APRM remains committed to its core mission of promoting good governance, which is anchored on Agenda 2063, Aspirations 3 and 4, its role has significantly expanded. The APRM now plays a key role in tracking the implementation of both AU Agenda 2063 and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs 2030, across the continent. Additionally, the APRM has been tasked with contributing to early warning systems for conflict prevention in Africa. The APRM's expanded role contributes further to building a stable, secure, and prosperous Africa, guided by the principles of good governance and homegrown solutions. Today, the APRM stands as a symbol of Africa's commitment to homegrown solutions. It's more than just a governance tool. It's a movement towards accountability, shared learning, and sustainable development. Together, we are building the Africa we want, driven by transparency, peace, and prosperity for all.
Zola, do you ever think about what Africa would look like in the next 50 or 100 years?
Africa? What's there to think about Africa? I mean, I'm here to figure out my life, not to talk of almighty Africa. Anyway, why do you ask?
Well, given the situation of Africa in the past, and I wonder if things will get better by then. You know, I read in the news that in some parts of Africa, people don't even have access to good schools, proper healthcare, and even basic amenities everyone should have.
50 years is a long time, but I believe things will be better then.
Me too. You know, sometimes I just wish I had the power to change things.
As African youth, we have the power to create the Africa we want.
My goods have been there for over 5 months. I haven't been able to trade because they've shut down the borders.
Wow, Charlie, you are still worried about your goods. My business has been shut down because of inadequate power supply. I wonder when we'll have steady power supply in this part of Africa, eh?
I wonder too. It's just so annoying.
We desire and demand an Africa that is peaceful and secure. An Africa where young and old, men and women, girls and boys from all walks of life are united in their diversity. An Africa whose growth and development are sustainable and inclusive, benefiting and bringing prosperity to all its citizens. An integrated continent, politically united, based on the ideals of Pan-African.
"20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in...
Nous allons commencer après 1 minute. Prenez vos places. Okay. Excellence,
Excellency, the second Vice President of the PAP, representing the Pan-African Parliament in this workshop. Excellency, the third Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament. Honorable members of Parliament. Distinguished guests and experts. Ladies and gentlemen. The Deputy Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament. The senior officials of the Pan-African Parliament and staff members, journalists, interpreters, good afternoon. It is a singular honor and privilege for me, on behalf of the Legal Affairs Committee and Human Rights, for this session. As you might have noticed, even myself and the others who are going to intervene, we're going to try and take up the challenge that we have encountered in time, because we had a lot of work to do this morning. And since we had to do that work diligently, we had to fine-tune the work this morning. So time allowed us to do so. Without further ado, I'm going to present to you. You already have the program. So I hope you have it. As you know, this topic is of concern to everyone, to all Africans, but it is also of concern to the rest of the world, because with the slavery, colonization, Africa has experienced a lot of damage. Damage that has made us lose a lot of time, a lot of things, because Africa would have evolved without the exploitation of these great men who could work for Africa. That is why the African Union, following in the footsteps of our former leaders of Africa that started requesting reparations, we also wanted to continue discussing in one voice so that we can claim the reparations for the damage and harm caused by on our people and on our continent. Without further ado, we're going to listen to the welcome speech that will be made by the third Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament. We're going to start our workshop with the intervention of the second Vice President of our Parliament. Your Excellency, you're welcome to deliver your opening speech. Thank you.
Her Excellency, Lady Justice Imani Abadi, Judge President of the African Court, the Vice President of Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Lucia, Honorable First Vice President, I think he is not in the chamber, Dr. Beryl Baikaman, Board Chairperson, African Union, African Diaspora, 6th Region High Council, Dr. Tamaneta Kennedy, Commissioner, African Diaspora Development Agency, honorable members of Pan-African Parliament, representatives of African Union Commission, Ms. Lindwe Kumalo, Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, Deputy Clerk of Pan-African Parliament, Mr. Gali, representatives of the Department of International Relations and Cooperation of Republic of South Africa, distinguished invited guests, members of media, staff of the Pan-African Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends. I stand before you today riddled with emotion as we seek to address what should be a painful and emotive topic to all of us, the African Union's theme of the year, justice for Africans and people of African descent through reputations. This theme, which touches on our very livelihoods, where we have come from, where we are heading, is not merely a statement of purpose, it is an urgent call to action, a powerful reminder of the collective struggle we must continue to wage for justice, healing and redress for the historical injustice that have been inflicted upon the African continent and the global African diaspora. Our gathering today occurs against the backdrop of the centuries of the exploitation through the transatlantic slave trade, colonization, apartheid, and other modes of systemic discrimination, and have ravaged the African people, both on the continental and across the diaspora. This injustice, through deeply rooted in history, continue to have profound impact on the lives of millions of Africans and people of African descent. The consequences of these historical wrongs are visible today in the form of the persistent poverty, inequality, social marginalization, and economic underdevelopment that continue to plague African communities, both in Africa and through the world. The call for repatriations, therefore, not more rhetoric, but it's fundamental human rights issue. Repatriations represent not only a moral obligation to redress the historic harm suffered by our people, but also a legal and ethical responsibility borne by those who were complied in the who were complicit in the perpetrating this injustice. For centuries, African people were subjected to the brutalities of the transatlantic slave trade, colonization, and apartheid, while the wealth and resources of our nations were plundered and the very essence of our cultural identities were systematically erased or diminished. It is incumbent upon us, therefore, as the leaders and representatives of African continent and its people, to assert that justice for Africans and people of African descent cannot be achieved without reparations. This is not merely a question of financial compensation. It is a call to address the deep scars that have been inflicted upon our people through the dehumanizing system of slavery, colonization, and apartheid. Reparations must encompass the full range of restorative measures, including but not limited to financial restorations, land restorations, educational opportunities, and cultural recognitions. It is important to underscore that financial compensation, while vital, is not the sole element of what must be a comprehensive reparations framework. Reparations must take into account a range of restorative practices that aim to heal not just the material losses, but also the psychological, cultural, and the spiritual wounds inflicted by the centuries of oppressions. We must therefore advocate for cultural restorations. The cultural historic heritage of African people was systematically destroyed or suppressed during the colonial era. Reparations must involve the restorations of cultural artifacts, the presentation and the promotion of African language, and the recognition of African traditions, customs, and identities that were so brutally marginalized. Land and resource redistribution, the exploitation of Africans' natural resources during the colonial period has left the continent impoverished and the resources stripped. Restoration must involve the return of land and resources to communities that were disposed, and the creation of policies that empower African people to control their own resources, ensuring that they can build sustainable economic futures. Educational equity, the denial of quality education to Africans and people of African descent has had long-lasting consequences, leaving generations without the tools for the self-determinations. As Winston Rodney stated in his seminal work, How Europe Underdeveloped. The colonial education system was education for subordination, exploitation, the creation of mineral confiscations, and the development of underdevelopment. Repatriations must therefore include educational reforms that provide equitable access to quality, relevant education, scholarship programs for African students, and the development of institutions of higher learning that focus on the African heritage, culture, and knowledge systems. Social and political empowerment. Repatriation should also include efforts to dismantle the structures of the inequality that continue to marginalize African communities worldwide. This includes addressing the diasporas in healthcare, employment, political representations, and ensuring that African peoples have the tools to assert their political and social agency on the global stage. The issue of repatriation is not one that can be addressed by any one nation, organization, or individual alone. This is a global struggle that requires the full mobilization of all African states, the African Union, international institutions, civil society organizations, and the African diaspora. The Pan-African Parliament stands as a unified voice in the critical discourse, advocating for the full recognition of the harms inflicted upon African peoples and demanding tangible representations as matter of justice and human rights. As we embark on this workshop, let's recognize that the struggle for repatriations is not going to be walk in the park. Now, from its firstly, Africa needs to come up with solid legal frameworks for repatriations that can withstand any legal challenge in any court of law. Secondly, Africa also needs to come up with the credible mechanism for quantifying the repatriations. How are they going to be measured? How do you quantify 400 years of the slavery? And what is due to Africa? How do you measure the psychological impact of apartheid, which are still being felt today? This is not simply a legal or economic issue. It is a moral one. And it is imperative that we come up with a credible process that will guarantee success in our quest for the repatriations. As a legislative body of the African Parliament, African continent, the Pan-African Parliament has a critical role to play in advancing the cause of repatriations. We are tasked with crafting policies and legislative frameworks that can hold accountable those who are responsible for the injustice of the past. We must continue to advocate for the inclusion of the repatriations in all AU legal frameworks, and we must ensure that repatriations become an integral part of international law. We must work to engage African governments, regional bodies, international organizations, and more importantly, the people of Africa in dialogue, urging them to take concrete steps to advocate repatriations on the global stage. The Pan-African Parliament should serve as a platform for the African Union to collectively advocate for the repatriations, ensuring that our voices are heard and our demands for justice are acted again. In conclusion, this workshop should not simply be an academic exercise. It must to all intents and purpose be turning points in our collective struggle for the justice and the dignity. The work we do today, the discussions we have, and the resolutions we pass must shape the future of the repatriations agenda. It is our responsibility to ensure that the legacy of this moment is one of the action, accountability, and lasting change. I wish you fruitful deliberations, and I declare this workshop is open. Thank you. May I ask Her Excellency, Third Vice President, to moderate this meeting? May you assume your position and seat, please.
Muito obrigada, Sr. Vice-Presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much for your words and your background to this. And I would like to wish everyone a very good afternoon. Good afternoon to all our speakers who came from all over the world. We have our diaspora who's represented here. We have a representative of the African Union as well, some experts, as well as the Secretariat, who will be with us throughout this workshop. We'll be presenting the panel discussions, and without keeping you too long, I would just like to stress that at the moment we have a very important opportunity for the Pan-African Parliament to ensure justice and intergenerational solidarity. And here we're talking about things that didn't happen to us as much as they happened to the generations that came before us. So it is our duty to work to ensure that the rights that were taken from us are restituted to us. We know there's a lot that we cannot recover. There are human and emotional losses that we suffered, and those may be impossible to recover. But our generation, this Parliament, and all the diaspora here present and with us in this cause are responsible to find ways of ensuring that the new generation will never live through the same situation as the people that came before us. And as political leaders, we have to create mechanisms to ensure sustainable development, to retain our youth in our countries, because we are living through a new form of colonization of our intelligence, and then promoting amongst our youth, amongst the best brains in Africa, to go work in Africa, to go work outside Africa, to work in other countries, the countries of our colonizers. And through that, we're going to lose the capacity to innovate. We're going to lose the capacity who are capable of finding a dignified job in their own country. So we're going to have skilled people leaving our shores, and then we're going to continue being dependent on others for our services. We then will continue without the skilled people that we need to transform our continent, to transform our agriculture, and to ensure quality education and health for all. So as politicians, it bodes on us to be proactive, to create development mechanisms that will ensure that everything that we can recover from the injustices suffered by the people that came before us will lead us to enjoy it and use it responsibly for the sustainable development of our continent. The Vice President of the African Commission mentioned that $89 billion leaves the continent as illicit financial flows. Those resources could be applied in our own continent. And when we're talking about reparative justice, these are issues that we need to look at. If we don't have a policy to fight corruption, what are we possibly going to do with any monies that we may be able to recover? These are issues that we'll be discussing this afternoon amongst us all. And we really need to reflect also on the reparation of internal justice in our own countries and within the continent as a whole. But I'd like to give the floor now to our first presenter. I have some difficulty in pronouncing your name, and I'd like to say Madame Nkeke, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, Coleman, to present this theme. Thank you. Thank you. So, Madam Adwa Nyeke Coleman.
Pode vir usar aqui o pódio.
If you like, you can come to the podium if it's easier for you. Feel welcome. Just so that everyone can see you.
Vous avez 15 minutes pour votre présentation.
You have 15 minutes to do your presentation. Just 15.
Eu peço à apresentadora que faça uma pequena apresentação, tendo em conta que
May I ask you to please just to introduce yourself very briefly? We didn't receive your CV, so we'd like to know who is sharing this panel with us. Please, if you then just give us a bit of your background and share some of your CV with us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and please permit me to stand on all existing protocols. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished parliamentarians, my name is Angela Na Afole Odai. I am the head of Diaspora Division at the Citizens and Diaspora Organizations Directorate, short form CIDO, at the African Union Commission. I deem it a great honor to be here before you all to present to you the concept note and then the roadmap on the theme of the year, which speaks on justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations. I'll take you quickly through a few historical antecedents for us to set the pace, and then we run along with this presentation. So, as previous speakers have mentioned, reparations have always been part of us. It's been reparations and reparatory justice have been part of us as a result of the various gruesome errors that Africa experienced with historical crimes, mass atrocities, issues of slavery, colonialism, neocolonialism, issues of apartheid, genocide, so on and so forth. And these formed one of the key items or defining moments within the Organization of African Unity, now the African Union, which has been actually something that has been pursued since 1963. Over the past 3 decades, the AU has made several decisions and supported several initiatives when it comes to the issue of promoting justice and reparations for Africans and restitution of cultural artifacts that were looted during the era of colonialism and slavery. The continental movement for reparations in Africa traces its roots to political activism during the national liberation campaigns, which among which we noted that Chief Monshola Abiola of Nigeria was very active in this. This actually led to the 1992 establishment of a group of eminent persons, a 12-member group, which were brought from all over Africa, which sought to develop the political agenda and set the tone for reparations and issues or the impacts of the transatlantic slave trade, slavery, colonialism, neocolonialism, amongst others. Now, this actually led to the first Pan-African Conference on Reparations held in April 1993 in Abuja, Nigeria, that resulted in the proclamation, Abuja Proclamation on Reparations. Now, this particular proclamation revitalized the reparatory movement, and then it ensured that it marked the first unified stance by African political leaders to take a step further on this momentum on reparations. It again reiterated the harm caused and endured by people of African descent and all Africans, and it actually continued as well to speak on the enduring harm that is being caused globally, all in the sense of, for example, issues of systemic racism. This called upon the international community to acknowledge that there's a moral debt that needs to be paid to Africans and people of African descent as a result of the centuries of exploitation and humiliation that is endured by the normal African or people of African descent. So the African Union then again worked hand in hand with the UN and ensured that we played an active role as we joined the United Nations at the World Conference Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, Xenophobia, and Related Intolerance in Durban, South Africa in 2001. There was a declaration made in Durban which recognized slavery, including the transatlantic slave trade, as crimes against humanity with ongoing consequences for Africans and all people of African descent. And permit me to use the word diaspora, because per the African Union definition of diaspora, it is anyone of African descent living outside of the continent who, irrespective of their citizenship or naturalization, has the willingness to engage with the Union or with the continent. So now, the Durban Declaration again called for justice, protection, and reparations for victims of these historical injustices. Now, there was a continental experts workshop in Dakar, Senegal, during the another theme of the Year of the African Union, which was championed by the Division of Culture, which actually organized a continental experts workshop focusing on restitution of cultural property and heritage. This workshop aimed to develop a common African paper and a framework for action and negotiations for the return of our cultural properties which are outside of the continent. The workshop also sought to facilitate networking amongst African cultural experts, policymakers, auctioneers, and museum curators to combat illicit trafficking of cultural property. I'll quickly take you through a journey from the Accra Summit to the court in Arusha. So now, to further advance this unified approach to reparations, we had the Accra Summit 1, which is the Africa Diaspora Summit on Reparations that was held in Ghana in 2022. This was organized by the government of Ghana, the Africa Transitional Justice Legacy Fund, and other partners, and the summit focused on advancing justice, reparations, and racial healing. The Accra Declaration introduced racial healing into the reparations discourse, highlighting the need for multi-generational, transnational engagement, and then to address the systemic harm against Africans and people of African descent. In November 2022, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights adopted a resolution on Africa's reparations agenda and the human rights of Africans in the diaspora and people of African descent worldwide. This leads to CEDAW taking up the role and coordinating issues when it comes to this. So there was an assembly decision in 2023, decision 847, during the 36th ordinary session of the Assembly of the African Union that sought, amongst other things, to actually build a common front for the payment of justice and the payment of, for the cost of justice and payment of reparations to Africans. This was endorsed by heads of states because, as a result of the proposal that Ghana made on this decision. So the Assembly was also directed, amongst others, the Commission to work in consultation with relevant stakeholders such as organs such as the PAP, ECOSOC, amongst others, the courts, amongst others, and then even CARICOM, to ensure that we collaborate effectively, we are able to put together a common position paper with the committee of experts, and then we are able to have a joint mechanism with CARICOM again, for example, because they have a 10-point plan. They have advanced considerably when it comes to the issue of reparations, working together with them and then making sure that we contextualize it to suit that of Africa and its diaspora. Following this decision, a high-level AU delegation conducted a study tour to Barbados in July 2023 to strengthen AU CARICOM cooperation on reparations and racial healing. This initiative was conducted by the African Union ECOSOC in partnership with the University of West Indies, the Open Society Foundation, and the government of Barbados to deepen collaboration, understanding of reparations, and then us to understand the various contexts available and a deeper understanding of strategies with which we could champion this reparations movement. This segued into the Accra Reparations Conference and its subsequent proclamation, which is the Accra Proclamation, which happened in November 2023. Now, beyond this, there was another decision that sought to implement, build on the decision 847, to implement the decision on reparations. In view of that, the 37th Ordinary Session of the African Union, Assembly of the African Union, adopted the decision 884 and designated the theme of the year to be justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations. The decision, amongst others, appointed the President of Ghana as the African Union leader on advancing the cause of justice and payment of reparations to Africans. The decision again requested for the institutionalization of reparations through proposed mechanisms, which include the establishment of the Committee of Experts who would work on the common African position and then subsequently work on the joint mechanism for us to be able to chart the way forward on the reparations agenda. Then, two, a reference group of legal experts who would, one, advise the Commission and then advise the African Union leader as well, guide appropriately on various legal instruments and mechanisms and pathways through which we can chart the claims that we want to chart going forward. Then we have the Africa Global Reparations Fund, which we seek to ensure, which will be based in Africa for us to ensure that we put in requisite and the necessary funding needed for us to be able to roll out our agenda on reparations at the continental level, regional level, and then national levels appropriately. Then we have the Transcontinental Partnership Framework, which discusses not only the CARICOM, but it speaks to the UN Permanent Forum for People of African Descent, for example, the UN Working Group of Experts for People of African Descent, among other stakeholders that we aim to work together with in order for our voices to be heard on the international level and for us to gain that which we are seeking. Subsequently, in July 2024, we had an Executive Council decision 1267, which sought to the adoption of the year 2025 as and emphasized the implementation of decision 884. So now, this particular Executive Council decision has two main things. It serves as a critical steps for us to pursue justice and healing for Africans and people of African descent. And then it reiterates the call for accountability for historical crimes and mass atrocities caused against Africans and the global African diaspora. It requested for member states to launch the theme of the year in their respective countries and then called upon them to implement most of the decisions that we have outlined once it can be contextualized to suit the nation state for them to be able to implement them at the national level. It as well directed the Commission, AU organs, regional economic communities, permanent representatives of member states, specialized technical offices to mainstream reparatory justice and racial healing in their programs and support the implementation of the theme of the year, to which I must actually commend the Pan-African Parliament because this is the second experience I have had with you on the theme of the year and you mainstreaming it. Thank you. Now, a key strategic, we have the roadmap has 6 key strategic entry points. It's one, we look at it strengthening the AU institutional frameworks and establishing the necessary mechanisms to ensure sustainability of the Africa reparations agenda. In view of this, there is the need, the decision stipulates that we should, or the Commission should, carry out an assessment on the legal, structural, and political financial implications of the 5 mechanisms and present it during the July Media Coordination meeting. Then the second one is to enhance the capacity of member states, regional economic communities to mainstream reparations into their developmental policies, programs, and strategies. The third is to promote and coordinate AU-wide and global diaspora engagement through dialogues. Then there's the need for us to develop knowledge products across all levels and collaborate with universities, academia, think tanks to ensure that all levels of society understand and appreciate why the need for reparations, and then be able to join us together for us to move this agenda forward. Then there's the need for us to strengthen multi-sectorial and multi-stakeholder partnerships and embark on resource mobilization. So CEDAW has an oversight and a coordination role in establishing all these 6 mechanisms. Now, when it comes to the Pan-African Parliament, there are a few commitments that was set across. So far as the theme of the year is concerned, is the development and the adoption of a model law to ensure that we know the parameters through which our reparations agenda is moving, and then what does it actually mean to us? What are some of the legal entry points that we could actually navigate and then move on with our agenda in recognition for the international community to recognize, acknowledge, and then be able to actually own up to the responsibility of paying for reparations. Then advocacy, the second one is advocate for the return of cultural artifacts and human remains. And there are sessions that have been earmarked to be able to actually run this agenda forward, whereby we are expecting, the Pan-African Parliament has outlined that it would ensure that reparations is in its various sessions going forward. Then the hosting of a global diaspora summit and diaspora high-level dialogues. Then the strengthening of legal frameworks for reparations jointly with the Banjul Commission and then the African Court in Arusha. Then to mainstream the theme of the year in both the plenary and relevant committees of the PAP, and then capacity building sessions for members of parliament to enable them streamline what they've learned into practice once they get home. Then the mobilization of youth and grassroots. I thank you.
Muito obrigada, Senhora Angela Ofley Odai.
Thank you, Madam Angela Ofley Odai, for the presentation of the roadmap and also the document that allow the preparation for the theme of the year. We thank you for your presentation and we beg you to get back to your seat. Now let me invite the second presenter, who is the advisor of the Office of the African Union, Madame Adowa Koleban, for your presentation. You have 10 minutes. I request your collaboration of all presenters because I'm playing a key role here. So we were informed that at 6 p.m. we won't have electricity because there is a technical problem. So we will stop by that time. So to allow all the presenter can share with us what you have. So we will just allocate you 10 minutes for your presentation so that Member of Parliament can interact with you. Madam, you have 10 minutes.
Members of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, Chairperson of the Justice Committee of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Members of Parliament, fellow panelists, and all, ladies and gentlemen, and all other protocols observed. It is my understanding, or it was my understanding until some moments ago, that I was supposed to make a presentation on the historical roots of the call for reparations. It would appear that my colleague here has covered some of it. So I hope you will understand if I try to cover what I think is still outstanding. My name is Ajua Coleman. I'm an advisor to the chairperson of the African Union Commission. I represent that office here. In fact, I've been expressly authorized or tasked to present the office to make the presentation today. We in the chairperson's office and the commission at large are extremely grateful for the invitation that we've received from the Parliament to attend this event, which provides the whole of the African Union, including its 6th region, yet another opportunity to work together to make this year's observance of the theme of the year a resounding success. In fact, we hope it will be a success such as has never been seen before in preceding years. Madam Chairman or Chairperson, the reason why we believe that this will be a resonating or resounding success is that for the first time ever, we have brought together in the context of a roadmap contributions and programs that virtually all the organs of the African Union, and I can name them, the Commission in Banjul, the Court in Arusha, the Committee on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, the NEPAD, the APRM, the African Union Commission on International Law. All of them have made contributions, and as well as PAP, of course, and all of them have made contributions to this particular roadmap. Now, the pivotal role that the Parliament is expected to play should be underlined because the concept of reparations is one that is linked to the development of the African people, and the Pan-African Parliament is definitely one of those organs that has the mandate to provide for the development of our people. It is also ironic, perhaps not ironic, but significant, that of all the organs in the African Union, it is only the Pan-African Parliament that has the prefix Pan-African to it. So that should tell us something. Honorable Chairperson, until 2022, when the Commission, through the Chairperson's office, reached out to the government of Ghana to assist the Commission in escalating the subject of reparations to the highest level of the African Union, the Assembly, the campaign for reparations had faltered. And the face of reparations on the continent actually was that of the campaign for the return of African objects and treasures and so on. It was when this démarche was made and this escalation of the subject matter to the Assembly played out that we began to see a revival in the fortunes of the campaign for reparations. And this was fed by the outrage that was provoked by the murder of George Floyd and the resurgence of the Black Lives Matter movement. The African Union first seized the resurgence in the interest in reparations by adopting two landmark decisions. These decisions were adopted by the Assembly, and they are 847 and 884, which together required all the organs of the African Union to work together. In between these two decisions, we had the Accra Proclamation, which in a sense is the successor of the Abuja Proclamation, which was adopted in 1993 under the auspices of the OAU. These are the fundamental legal sources. You may call them soft law, if you will. These are the basic sources for going forward in our campaign for reparations. And what they have done together is to open the space for a continent-wide campaign, which brings together not only the organs, but the governments, the parliaments, the civil societies, RECs, the sixth region, and all other stakeholders. But there are even more older sources of the campaign for reparations. For example, there is, I'm speaking not from a script, I'm speaking straight from the heart. There are, for example, certain legal texts that are as old as the Manden text that was adopted by the Malian nation or empire of the Mandingo. And this particular text, it was promulgated in the 13th century, and it laid down a law against slavery. We can also mention that as far back as 1684, a case was brought against the Vatican Court. In those days, the Vatican Court was very much alive. It was brought by a member of the then royal family of the Congo Kingdom in present-day Angola. He sued for the abolition of slavery, and he won his case. And that really was a landmark case. I can also mention that in the context of North African jurisprudence, the first decree in Islamic Africa was issued by a ruler in Tunis called Ahmed Bey. He abolished the slave trade in that respect. So this goes to illustrate that even before the abolition of slavery was sought by Europe, we in Africa had our own sources of law that proscribed slavery. When I come to the phase of colonialism, we can say the same. When I come to the post-colonial period, I'm trying to summarize. When we come to the post-colonial period, we can say the same thing. We can say that there are texts, there are sources of law which prescribe slavery, colonialism, and address this issue of neocolonialism. Thus, for example, in the post-colonial era, we have the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which and the African Commission, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which made reference to the original OAU Charter and then talked about the need for us as a continent to address these issues. Since then, of course, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights has adopted a number of instruments that are a source for our movement or our pursuit of reparations. They have, the African Charter, in fact, described slavery as a crime against humanity. The World Conference the World Conference, which was held in Durban, also made reference to reparations being a crime against humanity. So we already have these sources that are our foundation for our campaign against reparations. Now, I want to look at the other part of what I was asked to do, which was to explore the lasting effects of colonialism and slavery on African societies. And in the limited time that I have, what I can say is that really we have to look at the continuum of imperialism. We have slavery, we have colonialism, and we have neocolonialism. And what has happened is that the injustices that were perpetrated in the period of slavery, and those that were perpetrated also in the period of colonialism, continue in another form. So efforts have been made by the member states of the Union, by the Union itself, and our allies in the global South to try and modernize, or should I say reform, the international economic and political orders. And in this respect, we even have a common African position adopted by the African Union on the issue of the reform of the international political order, which will see more justice in the operation or functioning of the United Nations Security Council. We have also organized ourselves and come up with common decisions which require the perpetrators of slavery, colonialism, and neocolonialism to consider the reform of the international economic order, which exists in terms of the structures of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, because the current international economic order, in particular, especially when you look in the context of the debt. Of the debt situation, the constraints, the other constraints that hamper the development agenda of our member states, dictates that we look at how we can reform. It dictates, it exemplifies the need for us to reform these international economic structures. It is the former enslavers, it is the former colonizers who continue to hold a stranglehold on exercise a stranglehold on our development efforts. Madam Chairman, I wish I could say much more, but let's leave it at that. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, senhora.
Thank you, Madam Councillor, to collaborate with us, but because you have also shared with us all the process, all the roadmap that show what are the board and the African Union agencies involved in this campaign. the synergy that must be created in the implementation of the campaign in terms of taking advantage of the resource of the African Union agencies, the engagement of the member state as well as the civil society, and also for sharing with us the juridical or the legal text or the legal document. So,
Não estou a fazer.
no, I'm not asking you. I'm just summarizing what you have presented to us. As I was saying, you have also shared with us a legal text and about the post-colonial, talk about the African chapter on human rights and the right of the people. You also spoke about the common position of the African Union at the UN Security Council. You also talked about the African debt, the debt of the African countries, that which also hamper the development of the member state. Because what has been done at the World Bank or the International Monetary Fund end up, taking the African countries to be under dependence of the financial, which is a new form of colonization. So there is a need to make reforms of the financial institution. At the African level, we need to have a strong financial institution that allow the member state to have access to funding to implement their development programs. In this right now, let me give the floor to the third presenter, Dr. Kennedy Tomenta, who is also the African Development Diaspora Agency. You have 10 minutes. Please, just straight to the 10 minutes.
Please make use of that time so that I am not compelled to interrupt you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I build on the previous protocol, and since I have 12 minutes, I will just try to rush through my presentation. In fact, my presentation is geared towards finding an integrated framework to accelerate the process of reparation through diaspora's diplomacy. I think I want to thank the presentation from the previous speakers. I think Sister Angela gave a brief overview and the multifaceted instrument that has been put in place by the commissions and the African Union structures to make sure that we can finally get to our final destination, making sure that reparation gets in. So I will be focusing more on diaspora's diplomacy. And I want to show what we have been able to do during the past years. And what is clear from the presentation that we had since this morning is that reparation is not just a financial compensation, it encompassed justice, healing, and restoration. And we have seen different presentations that touches a lot on the cultural dislocation, social, political inequalities, and the disproportionate burden of climate. I'm bringing in the issue of climate change because if you look at the burden that climate change brings on us, African and people of African descent, then you understand that we have to look at reparation from multifaceted and multidimensional area. So we have seen that the knowledge we have to, if we want to achieve reparations, we need to have formal recognition that is being said. We have restitutions of artifacts, lands and resources, rehabilitations. And here we talk about investment in education, healthcare, infrastructure, and cultural preservation. Madam Chair, you have, since Senegal, always mentions the devastating part of a neo-colonial pattern that is taking away most of our children. We call it a new disguised form of enslavement, where our best brain of young people are being given opportunities, incentive to leave the continent where they find themselves out there in the diasporas. The second part is that as they go to the diasporas, I'm talking about the 21st century diaspora, we see that most of these young people, they don't have tied back to the continent. I mean, the little children that are delivered, they have no relationship back to the continent. That is why many 21st century national diasporas are now seeing that when they pass away, they are incriminated and their children are never connected to the continent. So while we talk about the historical diasporas, we talk about the 19th century and 21st century diasporas, there is another generation that were delivered there that had nothing to do with the continent, only their parents had interest to do with the diaspora. So what I will be presenting is how can we harness the competencies of these people to play a vital role as we forge ahead for reparation, restitution, rehabilitations, and guarantee that these things will never happen again. So, of course, the goal of the goal of reparatory justice for us is that we need to have a common narrative. So the issue here is not to repeat what we ought to do, but how are we going to do that? And who is going to do what? And who pays for it? Because we know that finance is a bigger problem in financing Africa's institutions, the African Union, the Pan-African Parliament. All of us know, if you look at the chairs in the morning, sometimes nation states do not have the finances to be able to finance parliamentarians to get here. And if we have to go for reparation and restitution, how do we finance ourselves, become independent, and make sure that we can ask the perpetrator to give what actually belongs to us? So these are the real discussions that we should be having. And I will be able to touch some of the points, how we, the diasporas, can do that. Madam Chair, as the African Union goes up and say, hey, we want to be on the table on multilateralism, we have a new political reality of nationalism. Not because nationalism is important, because the population, the demographic dividend, the influence of Africans and African diasporas is now changing the whole dynamic in national parliaments around the world. But now we have to look for another way. Nationalism, not because they want to preserve their country, because they have seen the inherent danger found in them. So, Madam Chair, we have to figure out a new shift. A shift in multilateralism with states, meaning that we build relationship with states. It doesn't function. If building relationship with states with unequal, parallel dynamics will not work. That is why the Pan-African Parliament, as well as the African Union institution, has to move away from multilateralism, where we build a lobbying and figure out how we work together with states. We will never be given that chance, because if they give us the chance, we will control the global institution. That is why we have to get a paradigm shift, a change in power dynamic, and we need a paradigm shift to what is called multilateralism with people of African origin. Meaning that instead of building with states, that you will be asking them to compensate, you have to build with people. That is why the states of CARICOM stands a bigger chance on the state level. The second part will be to harness the potentials of people of African origins, and that is why we are submitting that we need to bring a lot of resources to the citizens and diasporas Commission of the African Union to make sure that we equip them with the necessary resources as they go around to mobilize and the diasporas together, as we did since 2008, following the regional consultative process. Secondly, as we go for this paradigm shift, we are already waiting for you. Look at these numbers. If we have 1.7 billion Africans and people of African origin already there. They're talking about 1.2 billion Africans and so on. We already have 1.7 billion. If you look at the combined numbers, we have 1.5 billion on the continent, which is only 50%, because when Article 3 cure was enacted, most countries, even though most of them didn't even care of ratifying it, they spend a lot of time reporting to CEDAW and other commissions of what they have done for their national diaspora. They have created Ministry of Diasporas, they have created institutions for diasporas to attract their national diasporas. But if you look at the statistic here, you see that the national, we have approximately 250 million other Africans living out of the continent, because the definition of African diasporas are people of African origin, independent of their current nationality, who are currently living out of the continent and who are willing to contribute to the development of an integrated Africa and its diaspora. So this definition doesn't say anything about nationality. And that is why the reports we have had since Article 3 cure is only geared towards our national diasporas, but we are losing, it's only 50%. Imagine that we harness the competencies of other diasporas, the historical diasporas. That is where we will not only look at the 20 million national diasporas that we see out there, we will be looking at 230 million other diaspora that are waiting to come to the table with skills, with money, with capacities, with infrastructure, as well as other talents to make sure that we can meet our development agenda. So instead of going to countries in Europe looking for a partnership where they will then give, let's find a way how we get to the 230 million that will be able to play the strategic diplomacy that we are talking about. So that is where we need an institution for change. And the only place we can do that is this same hall that we are sitting here, the Pan-African Parliament, because once the Pan-African Parliament was created, the Article 3 cure of the Constitutive Act was also ignited. But ECOSOC 20 years ago, Pan-African Parliament 20 years ago came up. But the 6th region was the only part that was the troublesome out there, because sometimes we spend a lot of time looking at our national diasporas and forgetting about the historical diaspora. But the good news is, this is the first time in history that we have more black billionaires in the world out there. This is the first time in history that in European Parliament, from the job that we did, we made sure that young Africans in Europe get into Parliament, decide the laws. This is the first time that you could count 100 to 200 of Africans in parliaments and taking decisions. They are not only onlookers, but they are active. This is the first time that in all of the different parts of the world, you will find many Africans in skills, in leadership positions, and only waiting that the continent should create the necessary mechanism for them to come up. So, Madam Chair, I believe that if we bring the Pan-African Parliament, where it provides the platform where both comes together, we'll be able to carry out the magic. And here is the magic. We have seen in the past year that the diasporas has played a vital role in a community process, and with those positioning that they have been there, they are capable of influencing the law. They are capable of bringing the projects. They are capable of creating that jobs that we need to create in the continent so that our children and children of our children do not live and look for greener pasture through the deserts and only to be dehumanized. So we need to make sure that as we look for bridge builders, the diaspora's diplomacy, we need to look at it from a different, multiple angles. The lobbies, of course, we have been doing that. We have examples here today where I always give this example, in order for the German government to be able to send back the remains of the Hereros in Germany, it was not the state diplomacy that did that. It was the diasporas that used the soft diplomacy because we are citizens of European countries there. We told them that it is not the dignity of the European and Germans to keep these artifacts and to keep the remains. You have to send it back. And we went back and talked to the ambassadors that, hey, look, you will be called for a meeting at the presidency and tell them we are ready to receive it. And that is why the magic was done. So we need the soft diplomacy because as citizens of these countries, we love the continent and Africa is in us. So we need to make sure we create those mechanisms so we can get it. So we need reparations ambassadors. Yes, we need not just cultural ambassadors, sports ambassadors, and so on. We need to get reparation ambassadors who can talk the talk, walk the walk, and finance the process. So I think that PAP has to make sure, together with CEDAW and other commissions, that we identify the right people to be able to do this. So we have to build awareness. Of course, talking about reparation, we don't even know. People in the continent do not even know about the diasporas. So, Madam Chair, let me show you guys a definition that my dear sister Angela brought in here that was so perfect. So imagine the African diaspora still was defined as people of African origin independent of their current origin living outside the continent. Because of that definition incomplete, many diasporas packed their bags and rushed to the continent that the Africa is calling for us. And you know the stories. In Tanzania, in Cameroon, everywhere, they tell you after 3 months, 90 days, you have to go back. And they are living in limbo. So this, we now, as the High Council, decided to enlarge this definition. And the definition that we asked the Pan-African Parliament to do this is to say that the African diasporas consist of people of African origin living outside the continent or returnees currently in the continent without permanent residence or citizenship in African country, irrespective of their citizenship and nationality, who are willing to contribute to the development of the continent and building of a united and integrated Africa and diasporas. So, Madam Chair, this definition will make sure that those diasporas that are in limbo, they are here, they have nothing, they are not received, that they can be given a space. So I've already been, so this is the thing that we can do. We will lobby, we have given you example, the Dutch apology, we can do that. The Namibia, the Cameroon restitution of facts, the Benin's Browns, and the returnees. We will be able to bring the money, not just the money itself, but we'll be able to make sure that as we do our retirements, we'll take our money and bring it. As Donald Trump is asking that Americans for Americans, let's create the mechanism that the Africans can go back to the continent, and when they know you can go to any African continent, any African country and invest and stay and create opportunities, then we will be able to make sure that we can build stronger. So thank you very much, Madam Chair. So we are begging that let the Article 3 cure campaign continue. Let us push for ratification of Article 3 cure. Let us make sure that a diaspora committee is put in the House so that we can sit down together in the Pan-African Parliament and discuss with the diasporas, because the diaspora process is a partnership. The African Union and the Pan-African Parliament can never go and organize the diaspora. The diasporas organize themselves, and we meet on the Pan-African Parliament, and everybody defending its position to build a united and integrated Africa. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kennedy. I wouldn't dare to repeat what you said, but I understand that we need to change. We need to shift the paradigm, especially our current approach as member states, our relationship with our diaspora. We need to build diaspora diplomacy. I'm proud to say that we have a very proud diaspora, and we can count on them for the sustainable development of our continent in the many sectors of development. What's needed is trust. Trust for our diaspora. For instance, in December, the Commissioner and the chairperson of the African Union, was already talking about this campaign. But before that, we were already addressing the issue of reparation and justice in Senegal. And we involved the diaspora and the media and everything. That's why they are present today, because this work has been there long time ago. We need to shift the paradigm as well when it comes to the youth. We need to build their trust. Our member states should have policies aiming at our youth so that even if they go abroad, they are able to come back to build and develop their country. And the diaspora also must come back and invest in the continent. They shouldn't be remitting money to the countries back, which is good, it's positive, it's contributing for our economy. But they also need to be seen as investors. We cannot only create conditions for foreigners to come and invest here and make money while at the same time we're neglecting our own diaspora. Therefore, conditions, enabling environment is important for our diaspora to come back and invest in our country. Without further ado, I'll now call upon Dr. Baril Beckerman to take the floor and will be speaking on the 60th Africa region. Thank you. The diaspora.
That take 20 until 30 minutes.
No, it's not possible.
I decide to turn on to do something else. And if you want to have my presentation, then the bureau has it. And my PowerPoint presentation is also at the bureau. So, what shall someone do if he is before a court and he has to defend herself? We are now in a house of the politics, eh? And you know what I like from this house is that in fact, the whole African Union is here, is in this house, because I consider the Pan-African Parliament as a house of politicians that belongs to an African Union country. And of course, we need member states, we need sovereign states. For instance, CARICOM. And you have also hear from our Dr. Tumenta Kennedy that the African Union 6th Region High Council is a governance structure. Because the African diaspora, we live, for instance, in Europe, we don't have a black government. And we know that the African Union is dealing with governments. That's why they have MOU with CARICOM. And that's why they are dealing with a lot of African diaspora organizations. And that's why it is that the modality that we create is a model that we have all the diaspora at the table. Not sovereign states, but diaspora states. And when we talk about reparatory justice, you must realize that if you talk within the perspective of government, and you leave the diaspora, the community, the masses behind, who face the racism every day,
You must realize that it is very important, and we have a law on that the civil society has a space. Also, Pan-Africanist, a lot of Pan-Africanist organization, reparation movement is very big. More than 100 reparation movements. More than 100, maybe 500. Only in Europe we count 200. And where are the perpetrators? The perpetrators are in Europe. I'm from Europe. So, Sister Angela, you know, you need us. Mama Adwa, you need us. The African Union needs us. Because we knows where the archives are. We knows where the archives are. We knows the archives, and we can see in the archive the shippings. You know, the shippings, all the shippings, where they come from. And we can speak about ethnocide, what it means in Europe. So, if I have to talk about 10 minutes, it is very important for the Pan-African Parliament, I may not look there, the Pan-African Parliament, that you have a commission on civil society and diaspora. Sister Angela, Article 3Q of the Constitutive Act is in fact a strategy of self-repair. Because we can look at the Europe, the Western nations who committed these crimes, but we have an article, I think Article 163 and 65, in the Durban Declaration and the Program of Action, that said that, at the one side, they give direction to the perpetrators. At the other side, for instance, they speak about the right of return and what the African Union should do, or the countries that suffer on colonialism, what they can do. So, if you talk about Article 3Q of the Constitutive Act, we talk about the Pan-African, I think that the ECOSOC and the Pan-African Parliament were the two first organizations or mechanisms that declared the African diaspora as to be part of the continent. And still we have people that are traveling to Africa to invest, to live, find their living there. After 3 months, they have to leave the country because of the visa problem. So, where are you going to start when we talk about reparations? We have also reparations. We have several aspects of reparation. One is self-reparations, self-repair. That is in the comprehensive strategy that we put here. So where are we going to start? With the Pan-African Parliament, for instance. We have the whole African Union is in the Pan-African Parliament because of the politicians, because of the parliamentarians. So, Sido, Sister Angela, where are we going to start? If we talk about education is important, but if we take it from perspective of government, then I think that the African Continental Free Trade Area don't have a protocol that makes space for the diaspora. So I want you to think about that we can have nice, my PowerPoint presentation has not presented. But these are the things that I have also put in the PowerPoint presentation. And it is very important that we recognize the diaspora also in Europe. Because they are looking, you see, The head of states of the African Union is traveling to CARICOM, Barbados, with head of states. They are talking while we are sitting and looking and watching. So the African Union 6th Region High Council has created, and we walk with our ancestors, the Ghanaians, like Dudley Thompson, for instance, since the Durban Conference, where I was. Where there, the African Union ministers of foreign affairs, they were there, we speak, we talk with them. And because of them, there is where it built, the consciousness built, that we have an Article 3Q of the African Union Constitutive Act. And then in 2012, how many minutes? 1. Oh, I make it half. And you can realize, you can imagine what it costs that until today, these Western countries don't accept the Durban Declaration and Program of Action. There is no political will. And to conclude, let we ask ourselves why we have a decade for people of African descent, 2015 until 2024, and we have now a second decade. It is only to realize the political will. The political will. So I rest my case.
We need the presentation.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for the presentation of the strategy, diaspora strategy on reparation, and for pointing out the relationship that's needed between the Pan-African Parliament and the diaspora. And I know that just you and Dr. Kennedy insist on the establishment of a diaspora caucus in the Pan-African Parliament. We take good note, and we are going to look at that proposal very carefully and find ways for representing the diaspora within the Pan-African Parliament. Before we proceed with the debate, I would like to call on the Secretariat to share the presentations that we had from the speakers and the presenters here, so as to facilitate the discussion by the MPs. Dr. Baril has already allowed us to use the presentation and share it with the participants. I will not even try to summarize what they shared with us. I only call on the Secretariat to share the presentation. Before we proceed with the debate, and also to be just with our diaspora, the diaspora is full of knowledge and wealth, and I would like to now call on Dr. Kalu, the representative of diaspora, to have a say, maybe in 2 minutes, and you have the floor, sir.
Yep. Okay. Well, all protocol observed. I understand I only have 2 minutes, so I'm not going to try to exceed that. I'm just going to stand on existing protocol. Macaulay Kalu, AU 6th region, and also the ICAS Economic Community Africa 6th region, and also a member of the 6+2 on the diaspora focal point on the CEDAW. Now, my colleagues have said a lot already. But a few things based on some of the comments that I made. I think it's important based on what we're talking about today that the diaspora do have a seat or be properly engaged within the Pan-African Parliament. I think that will help a lot in the conversation moving forward. And I also want to draw attention to something that is happening that I believe with the extension of the decade of people of African descent and the African Union now taking this year also based on reparative justice. Now, I think it's an important time to join force together in achieving the goal that we want with the Global North. Now, we in Canada, we actually got the Canadian Prime Minister January 30th, 2018, to actually acknowledge the decade and make apologies for the injustices that have been done to people of African origin. And I think, to me, that could be a real starting point of engagement on pointing what the Prime Minister has said, and also even their commitment financially in addressing the injustices and racial situations in the Americas. As a matter of fact, within the Commission, Canada is sharing that Commission within the UN. Bob Bray is chairing that within the United Nations from Canada, and I think we can take advantage of that in doing that. But another key thing as we talk about reparation is also to point out, as we talk about the aspect of the diaspora engagement, it's also the value that we need to look at transitional justice. Because transitional justice is important that we keep the house in order in the continent as we also address the reparative issues, even acknowledging what has happened with the transatlantic slavery, maybe acknowledging a memorial site, which would be a key thing in also addressing these issues that from the transitional justice process, that we acknowledge what has happened, and also addressing the memories of what happened based on transatlantic slavery and also the colonial system as well. Now, another thing that we think that will help within this period that I believe the Pan-African Parliament can help in the process of what we're doing is also still addressing the issues that diasporas are having concerning citizenship. Because the aspect of citizenship is interesting that we go to the diaspora, we become citizens of America and US and all that. But now when we do that, we are being alienated or cut off as becoming citizens of where we come from. And so the aspect of, being a diaspora is not to be that we are foreigners to where we belong. We are part of the global Africa family. And I believe that, the Pan-African Parliament could help member states to look at the aspect of the citizenship as we address these issues, because the diasporas are ready to engage and to come back home. And so I believe that these points, as we continue the conversations and engagements of what we're talking about the diaspora, we are doing what we can from the diaspora perspective in establishing and supporting the Pan-African networks within the diaspora to structure ourselves within the global diaspora framework. And also, I think if we can support what the African Union have done, even in the framework that was just accepted within the ECOSOC process, in the journey of the 20 seats to be occupied within the ECOSOC, I think that's a segue in moving forward, that if we all can join force and support what CEDAW is already doing. One might not understand the challenges that we're going through within the structure and the CEDAW, but I think that if we can support based on what we heard and the presentations and what CEDAW is doing already, and supporting that, and every body collectively collaborating and partnering together in doing what needs to be done, and of course the Office of the Chairperson as well, with the work already being done, if we can be intentional in addressing these things, I believe that we'll be able to move forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you for your for sticking to the time, and for also contributing to our debate, especially when it comes to the issue of citizenship. And as MPs, we can also advocate for that, working in the legislating on the access to nationality, especially for the many generations, in order for them to be able to gain their citizenship and not be treated as foreigners in their own lands, countries, and continents. Because they are people of African descent. Thank you very much for sharing as well the American experience, especially in Canada, what's currently going on when it comes to reparation. We hope that others will follow in apologizing and coming up with compensation and reparations following the example of Canada in terms of the justice that is owed to people of African descent. As you know, we are pressed with time, despite the fact we still have 2 speakers coming in. We will have to chip some time from the next panel. Maybe we should continue with the discussion and then open the second panel. Well, I don't know what you think, dear colleagues. Maybe we can take all the intervention and then initiate debate at once. The issue is the following. We can take all the presentations, especially the second panel, because we are missing 2 presenters, and then we conclude with the general debate, or rather, we continue the debate right now, and then we'll take the presentation. Proposals, please.
I'm proposing that, we do debate on this first panel. Time will be limited to each members, then we go to the second part of it.
Senhora Presidenta, eu penso que
Madam President, I think we should close this panel, have the discussion, and then we move on.
Vamos então.
Thank you for your inputs and suggestions. We are going to proceed with the discussions on the first panel. We've had 5 speakers. That will be 1 minute for each member. I know that you like to talk, but let's try to be as brief as possible to allow everyone to have a say, and also allow the presenters in the second panel to have their panel. As I said before, we should have a power cut in a few minutes, and we have to continue.
Very much, Honorable Speaker. This today is a very important day as far as reparation is concerned, and Black History Month, because this month is referred to as Black History Month. Madam Speaker, reparation, restitution, diaspora issue, I really want to comment on the presenters. They have done justice to the cause. And it's high time we talk about these issues and find solutions to it. Talking is enough now. It's time for action. Citizenship, those from diaspora, when they come here, they have a challenge to be integrated to our society. So I think it's high time we look at model laws that will be adopted by countries to look at the citizenship. Some countries, like my country, 15 years before you are recognized as a citizen. That's too long. Ghana, they have done well. Ghana, the integration in Ghana, I think this is a model that we all need to visit and look at it. Honorable Speaker, the security of diaspora is very key. If somebody comes from diaspora, want to invest in Africa, the governments must make sure that they are secure. People cannot come here, they are killed in their own, in their own historical birthplace, because of what? So there is no security, and they want to invest. People cannot invest when there is no security. So the governments must be responsible and make sure that every citizen is protected. Now, talking about the different form of diasporas, the historical diasporas or the socio-economic migrant diasporas, I think there should be a common unity among these diasporas. I want to put this question to you, particularly those who made presentation and they are from America or Canada. What is your relationship with the newest form of diasporas that leave our continent because of education or economic reason, what is your relationship with them? Because you have to accept each other, you have to love each other. So if you don't entertain each other, you don't love each other, how do you expect the brotherhood to happen? So Africans must love each other, whether in and out of the continent. How many of our citizens are killed in Germany? Up to now, justice is not done. How many of our young Africans are behind the bars in Europe? Do you find time to go and see these people? Do you talk about it? Because the human rights abuse is a human rights abuse. Injustice is a threat to justice anywhere. Thank you, Ma.
Muito obrigado. Eu agradeço a colaboração.
Thank you very much for those inputs. The floor now to Honorable Arlette from Angola. We're going to try to have one member per country. Let's not have multiple members from the same countries. I apologize to the member from the Gambia. Let's allow other countries to take the floor. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I will try to comply with the 1 minute. First of all, I'd like to commend the 5 presenters and who essentially spoke about the diaspora. I would like to hear, if possible, comments on some suggestions that I'm going to put forward. For instance, economic compensation and restitution of assets. In your practice, in your surveys, what is it possible in terms of the diaspora to have a economic compensation and restitution of assets? This, I'm referring to the restitution of artifacts, and this is at diplomatic level, where the diaspora can have a major influence because they know exactly where they are and what it is. The cancellation of African foreign debt, this is something that is a bit stronger, but it's possible that those countries who fundamentally benefited from slavery and on the African continent, in Africa, we have healthcare problems, infrastructure problem, but we still have a high foreign debt. And is it possible to cancel this debt, to assist in canceling this foreign debt? In terms of political reforms and inclusion of descendants of Africans, from your data and what you've been dealing with in terms of the diaspora, to include the Afro-descendants with economic policies to have more effective work on these issues. Lastly, official recognition in international commitments. How can we include the diaspora? What data do you have on what is possible in terms of official recognition, especially for the countries responsible, has said, but one of the speakers, responsible for the transatlantic slave trade, and has said by the previous speaker, I think now it's time for action. We need to start not only with speeches, but action, because we are African parliamentarians and we are now representing the African peoples. So we can also have a very active role. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. Now, Honorable Fagnon from Benin.
Merci beaucoup.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. Dear colleagues, dear presenters, I'm going to share with you directly the experience of my country, Benin, that is former Dahomey, which was actually one of the hotspots of slave trade. And under the aegis of the President of the Republic, President Talon, in 2016, he asked for the restitution of 26 artifacts, and those artifacts reached our country in 2022. Two, the Parliament of Benin voted a law in September 2024, which we call the Pan-Africanist Law, because this law actually grants citizenship of Benin to all Afro-descendants of sub-Saharan Africa. Three, or rather four, an ambassador was appointed, Mr. George. Mr. George was appointed ambassador to be the link between Benin, the Caribbean, and the CARICOM in general. Four, we had the first meeting of the Ministers of Foreign Affairs of member states of the Caribbean in my country on the 8th of January 2025, and this meeting pulled together all the ministers from 85% of these countries. Dear colleagues, these trend must continue, and I am asking, what strategy are we going to put in place, that is here in the Pan-African Parliament, so that we can all play a key role, so that like Ghana and Benin and other countries, certainly, that the entire African continent should be speaking with one voice to defend the cause of the Afro-descendants. We all should speak the same language. We have Africa, we have diaspora in the definitions of the African Union and the United Nations. I thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, senhor.
Thank you, Honorable Fanyo. Now the floor to Honorable Esther from Kenya.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, for giving me this opportunity. Before I make my contribution towards the reparation, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf for winning the recent elections as the chair of the AUC. Her Excellency Ambassador Salma Malika, her body, and the 4 commissioners elected to the position of AU Commission elections. Now, when we talk of reparation, what do we have as Africa to hold the global north to account? We might think we have nothing, and we feel weak when we ask for compensation for things that were done wrong to us. And while we deal with reparations for the global north and all the colonial masters that did the wrongs that they did to Africa, the continent of Africa, whose families probably are going to forget if we don't bring this history up and deal with it decisively. Have countries been compensated for reparation? Yes. Germany paid reparation to the Holocaust victims, their heirs, and the State of Israel. Germany also paid reparations to Namibia for the Herero-Naima genocide. Well, it's documented that they did. And if they didn't, then I guess we have to look into that as well, because there were discussions, very deep discussions on reparation for Namibia. What I know is that when we feel weak as a continent, we will never be able to get what we deserve, because we are already going to the table as people who are weak. But is Africa weak? Everybody talks about Africa as this continent with all the raw materials that the West wants. They want our minerals, they want our youth, they want our agricultural products. They want a lot. Even right now, when it comes to saving the globe, Africa is seen to be the least in terms of emissions, 4%, and yet it's suffering the biggest brunt when it comes to climate change. So what do we have that can actually bring them to their knees? We have the debt that they have given us at very high prices, very high interest rates. It's another form of colonialism that I think Africa should sit together and be united on that front. When it comes to our minerals, they cannot run their countries without our minerals. But are we prepared as the continent of Africa? And this is the challenge to the new leadership. Are we prepared to actually sit on the same table, put our differences aside, and recognize that we first need to address the various wars that we have in our continent? We need to silence the guns. DRC, we say it's the breadbasket of Africa. It has the minerals to sustain Africa. But yet, we sit and watch the DRC crumble. We've got the Sudan, okay? And we've got so many other places that we know in Africa. The guns need to be silenced, but not only silenced. We need to come with a unity of purpose, a unity that Africa speaks with one voice, that all the leaders put their differences aside and remember that they are brothers. irrespective of our religious backgrounds, irrespective of our tribes, irrespective of our gender. We need to come together with one agenda. And what is that one agenda? To make sure that Africa gets the reparation that it needs. And the only way we're going to do that is through unity of purpose. The prosperity of Africa depends on our unity. Are we prepared to be unified as a continent to be able to take what is rightfully ours in terms of reparation? Thank you, Madam Speaker, Madam President.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. We are going to close the discussions on this panel. We close with Honorable Kasingo, but before that, we'll give the floor to the Honorable Member from Tunisia. I can see your name. You have the floor.
In the name of God, my name is Mohammed Segares from Algeria. Our brothers from Tunisia, and I'm from Algeria. Firstly, I would like to say that this topic is a very important topic. And what interests me and what interests my country, because as a country we have been subjected to colonization for 130 years. The colonizers have destroyed our country, and they used a lot of practices like killing and but the first thing that drew my attention for the people, the colleagues who made interventions, they spoke about diaspora, and I think that the diaspora, they need like a moral reparation, if I'm not mistaken, because they live in better conditions than those in the continent. This is my first observation. And with regards to the people who live within the continent, I wonder, despite what offers has been made, I just question what is the possibility to pay reparations or like to get those reparations. How the countries, there are countries that witnessed genocides. How could you pay reparations for them? And if we assume that we put decisive laws and that is implementable, the strong nations will implement. And we know the history. We have the history tells us that only one country that was repatriated, which is the Zionist entity, that was compensated for the Holocaust. They were compensated by Germany, and they are the only ones because Germany was a colonization power, and also Zionist entity is a colonization power. But colonizing state to compensate colonized state, I see it far from happening. And what are they going to compensate for? For the slavery, plundering of resources in Namibia? Germany killed most of the people in Namibia. Why don't they compensate Namibia? More than 75% people killed there. Algeria, we have sacrificed 7 million killed in the struggle for their liberation. How are they gonna be compensated? All those resources from Africa and the Congo still being plundered in a way or another. So the question and the matter needs a strong will and needs solidarity amongst the African nations to get their rights. Algeria called before many times for the compensation and the reparations. Those countries, they're not gonna compensate us that easily. We were calling upon France just to recognize their crimes. We could not get this recognition. And this is a good endeavor, and we will seek it strongly. But we need to be serious, and we need to have a great solidarity amongst the African nations to achieve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before Honorable Kasingo, I'm going to give the floor to the Honorable Member from the Gambia. 1 minute for your intervention. Thank you.
President,
Madam President, what I would like to say, I think it is a good initiative. It means very well. But how fruitful is this going to be? Because first of all, I would ask us, are we responsible enough to ask for reparations when what we are doing to our citizens currently in some countries is sometimes worse than what we went through in colonialism? Last week, I was speaking in my country, and I did say that what some of our countries are going through is worse or near worse to what we went through during colonialism. They say that they want transparency, accountability, and good governance. I think before we go and start asking for reparations, we should put our house in order, make sure that we practice good governance, make sure that we are accountable to our citizens, make sure that we are transparent to our citizens. Because if you have our current leaders living lavishly while people in the villages are crying to make ends meet, even to have a square meal is a problem. How can we, especially also when we also depend on the aid that is given to the West, I think we should put the aid aside, refuse aid if we are going to ask for reparation and focus on reparation. I totally support the means of asking for our artifacts back, because those are ours. We need them. But if we start comparing talk about Versailles Treaty, if we start talking about the Holocaust compensation, I think we would have lost it. Thank you.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Honorable. Now the floor to Honorable Kasingo. You have the floor.
Your Excellency President, for giving me the floor. While I agree with the previous I have to thank the presenters, and I have also to agree with my fellow MPs from Benin, from Kenya, from Algeria, for what they said. I'm from Namibia, and Namibia, as we have heard, is one of the country which has experienced the West genocide. And through tough negotiation, the Namibian government has succeeded to get some of the artifacts from Germany, but not all of them. But however, I have just to share with you, colleague, to say that these people who have colonized us and who have committed genocide, it was, for example, in the case of Namibia, it was very difficult to convince the Germans to say apology. Of current, the government of Republic of Namibia and the German, they are still negotiating of the type of reparation. It's not yet concluded. I just want to put it on record that we didn't get anything. With what I said, I would just like to know if we talk about reparations, as it was highlighted by the other colleague from Algeria, what type of reparation are we talking about? Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, senhora deputada.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We have 15 minutes until our power gets cut. Because these were not questions, but rather comments, I'm going to give the floor to the Honorable Chair of the Justice and Human Rights Committee to introduce the second panel and give the floor to the presenters so that we are fair with the presenters indeed, because they are waiting for us just before our power gets cut. The floor to you. Thank you.
Ok, merci de m'accorder la parole.
Thank you for giving me the floor. Without much ado, I'm going to call on the panelists. The two who are present in the hall, please, I'll ask them to come forward. And we are also going to ask the technicians to bring on board the other two remotely. For those who are here in person, Honorable Lita. And we also have Dr. Justice from Cape Town. So I would like us to start with those who are online. Head of Programs, ECOSOC. If he can hear us. 5 minutes, please. Mr. Osei, Head of Programs, ECOSOC. You have 5 minutes.
Ah, c'est... Je vois la ligne France. En ligne, je vois France. Vous avez 5 minutes.
5 minutes, please. 5.
Your Excellencies are all protocols observed. I do not know where to start because we have so much to share about the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, where we even have best practices. But allow me to say that when you speak last, sometimes people say what you'd have said, but in our case, it hasn't happened. So I think I beg your indulgence, and I will need another 5 minutes. I want to say that we have been asked to present on legal and political frameworks for reparations, which I would like to approach from the African Commission on Human and People's Rights perspective, highlighting both hard law instruments, conventions, treaties, domestic laws, and decisions of the policy organs of the AU, as well as soft instruments adopted by the continental and international institutions. A speaker before me gave the historical context where she said that we do know that reparations have been paid in the past, the Jewish Holocaust victims, and I will skip that, but allow me to say a few things about reparations. We saw after the Second World War, the Marshall Plan crafted by Europe to reconstruct Europe. And one can say maybe there's been discriminatory approach in the way the Western nations have approached reparations. Because in 2002, during the World Summit for Sustainable Development, we worked very hard to raise the issue of ecological reparations to bring about climate justice. That's over 20 years ago. And this was defeated. So really, if we want to talk about some of the experiences that we've had, Africa has gotten a raw deal, but that does not stop us. As clearly demonstrated by previous speakers, African Union has got a solid basis for seeking reparations for injustices committed against their citizens during slavery, colonialism, and in the current era of neocolonialism. We have witnessed massive plunder of our resources, as has been said before, environmental resources, illicit financial flows, and accumulation of unsustainable debt. Quickly, let me go to the legal political frameworks for reparations that have been put in place. I want to start with the AU Assembly Decision 847 of 2023, which was endorsed by the Accra Declaration. The decision of the Executive Council of the African Union is the second one, taken in July 2024, which adopted the concept note for the Plan of Action for the Year of Reparations 2025. The third one is International Convention on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, adopted way back in 1965 and entered into force in 1969. The Abuja Proclamation on Reparations is the fourth one. The Durban Declaration and Platform of Action is the fifth one. The Program of Activities of the Implementation of the International Decade for People of African Descent is the sixth. And the seventh is the resolution that was taken by the Commission on Human and People's Rights, Resolution 543 of 2022. Your Excellencies, I can talk very fast, but I don't think it is important. What is important here is to say what is at stake if we do not have reparations done properly. It's very important to say that on the four strands that have been identified, the three, under slavery, the Commission of Human and People's Rights has looked at unique ways of identifying the issue of abductions, forced disappearance of our people 400 years ago to a continent they didn't know. They were uprooted when our civilization was very young, and all that meant that our continent cannot grow. They went to other continents, they developed other continents. If you look at the inventions, and this is the February, if you look at some of the inventions that have been benefiting the West, most of them are from indigenous knowledge that was taken away from our continent. And in this, I talk as a capacity, my capacity as the chair of the commission in charge of indigenous knowledge. So this knowledge has benefited other continents, built other continents, and we have not been able to be paid, and this is a huge source of reparation. The second one is that we are looking at the issue of just looking at the abductions and forced disappearance as a human rights issue. And we are hosting a roundtable next May, in which we are going to get the commissioner in charge of that mandate to see how we can capture the reparations that would be stemming out of just the abductions alone and the forced disappearance. Because when you go to the Western literature, they don't capture that. And so that is our duty to do that and also place it as reparations. The issue of lost artifacts has been raised, but I want to say that we have not even started. As we stand here, our artifacts are sitting in museums in London, in Paris, and they are raising money every day through tourists. And these tourists are raising money that could be actually raised better in our continent. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I think I would like to acknowledge that when we were preparing our 81st session of the Commission, we decided to come up with a resolution to support the theme year. And in my capacity as a commissioner in charge of this portfolio, I was asked to be a focal point for this theme. I want to tell you one of the things that happened during that session. We had people from African diaspora who came to us. They told us that they had taken DNA tests. There were thousands and thousands of them, and that they were looking forward to being received in the countries where they come from. And it touched us because we realized that people know from which village their ancestors came from. People know their tribes. People know their ancestry. People know where they came from. And so what we decided to do as a best practice, and I think they should be captured in the final resolution, we first of all tried to do a death study to check which African countries have given African citizenry to their descendants. Ghana came on top, it had the highest number, followed by Sierra Leone and Guinea-Bissau. Based on that, we'll send letters of commendation to the 3 presidents from those countries, because we want that to serve as a best practice so that other countries in the continent can go ahead and do so. So what we did as a follow-up is we have written to all the permanent representative PRC members in Addis Ababa, and we've asked them to write to their capitals. So they are going to write to you to check how many citizens your countries have given to Afro descendants. And once we get the statistics, we shall send them letters of commendation. And by the end of this year, we shall be able to tell the Assembly, so far, so many Afro descendants have got citizenship and they can come back. And we believe this should open way for us to be able to receive our brothers and sisters. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that 1 year is a very short time. I was involved in a similar situation in African Union Commission in my previous capacity, where we wanted to have 1 year to change gender equality in the continent, and we realize that it doesn't happen. It requires minimum a decade. It is time that Africa has got its own decade, where we are not waiting for the UN to go and place our issues on the agenda, but we as Africa can agree during the decade, these are the issues of African descendants, these are the issues we need to do, and then we can be able to do justice. Before I sit down, I want to tell you one of the things that I have learned after working in the AU for over 20 years. In the AU, we have 5 regions, and every region has got an economic community. Every region has got a structure at the economic community level that participates in the summit. Every July, we have a meeting of regional economic communities where they come to report to the summit. Now, we have a 6th region, and we are leaving them alone. They are fragmented. They do not have what they need to do to be the proper 6th region. I think one of the things that this parliament can do is call for a proper 6th region and ask the Executive Council to come up with a decision that will give us, and that's how the decade comes in, to set up a proper economic commission for the 6th region who can now operate the same way parameters as the other regions, RECs operate, who can report to our July summit what they are doing, and who through their REC can raise so much money that we do not need to go to China to be developed. We can go to our 6th region REC to get money for development. We do not have to go to Europe. I think the colleague who spoke before me here was saying that, oh, you know, we can look for Africans and let them contribute. We can bypass governments. That is not how institutions of the AU work like. So it is very easy, if you ask me, for us to just demand through a decision or a resolution that now that we are talking about the 6th region, let us just give it the same mandate, the same infrastructure, the same authority as the other regions have. And ladies and gentlemen, we will sit here 10 years later and we can be able to say this is what this 6th region has done, and this is what the 6th region is capable of doing. Other than that, ladies and gentlemen, I do not think I can even go through my speech. I saw my sister speak off cuff. I tried, but I want to say that next time you invite an organ of the African Union, please give it enough time to share its experiences, to share its work, and to say how and what needs to be done. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, madame, pour la présentation. Et sans trop tarder, comme le temps nous fait défaut, nous allons inviter Justice, l'Université de Cape Town, pour faire sa présentation. Vous avez 7 minutes. Il m'a avoué que dans 6 minutes, il aura terminé, mais je lui ajoute 1 minute. Vous avez 7 minutes. You have 7 minutes.
All right. Yeah. I think I will take 5 minutes. Yeah, I thank you very much, Chair, and all protocols observed. I'm going to say who I am, not because I like you to know who I am, but I want to put some context to what I'm going to say. My name is Justice Mavetsenge. I am a professor of law at University of Cape Town. Most of the time I'm training judges. I've also done some training for some of the MPs, some of them they are here. Sometime last year I was invited, Honorable Chair, to come and speak on the theme of education. And I ended up, I think, getting 5 minutes or something like that. And the same thing has happened again. So I had a whole presentation on what the role of Parliament can be and the role of PAP can be in advancing the reparative justice agenda. I want to withdraw from that presentation and just talk about one thing that I think you should do. And unless you do that, my leaders, there will not be any reparations. And there will not be any development on our continent. So first and foremost, create time to have sufficient discussions on these issues. These are complex issues. Listening to some of the submissions, there's a lot of inaccurate information that is being shared, misinterpretation of concepts and so forth. But we, your children, we are here. And we have accepted to come and what? And support you. You are not paying us, it's voluntary. Right? As a lawyer, I'm paid for time. But I'm not charging you time by being here. Right? So if you ask me to speak for 5 minutes or 7 minutes, the impression I get is you are not taking this seriously. So I am going to say your role, right? Your role is to create time to actually listen to the experts and then discuss and ask issues from the experts. And then come up with a very solid program of action. I was invited by some of the people that I think are going to be our competitors in the reparations movement. And I saw how prepared they are to listen to their enemies. And I saw how thorough they are in discussing these issues. Honorable Chair, I don't think this is what we did here. That's my personal opinion. I could be wrong. So my presentation, and I end here, is create time that is enough for you to actually discuss this issue with the view of identifying practical steps to take and develop a plan. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, mais continuons à présenter nos excuses.
Thank you. Sincere apologies. As I said, we didn't have any time on our hands. Without further ado, let me ask Franz, the Human Rights Institute of Pretoria,
and the political frameworks for reparations.
Thank you very much, Chair. I also will try to be very brief. I think my remarks complement those of Commissioner Lita. I commend her for pointing out the issue of forced disappearances, and that requires attention. And I perhaps will link my remarks also to those of Justice by saying I will try to just focus on a few, if you like, nuts and bolts, some of the practicalities of working around achieving justice, not obviously to validate these challenges that I will bring out, but to help us to strategize in addressing those, as was pointed out. So clearly there are many, and it's a very complicated area. But let me say, under international law, what is very clear is that this principle has emerged and it is set out in the draft articles on state responsibility, which is understood to set out what states can be responsible for. And it says that if a state has acted wrongfully and its actions have caused harm, then the state must provide reparations. That is the bottom line. That is a principle that has been accepted. But clearly, when we look at the issue of, for example, transcontinental enslavement of Africans, the operationalization, the practical way of dealing with this is causing difficulties. There are exceptions to this simple rule. The first one is that the state's actions and the harm must be linked to each other. The state must be attributed to, the harm must be attributed to the state. It must be that state. In other words, if we say we want to bring a case against a European state today, this contemporary state must be linked back to the state, the entity that existed in 16th or 17th century colonial times. I think that is not an unbridgeable concern because we have the principle of state succession. States are under international law, responsible and therefore also accountable for actions that have been undertaken by the same state entity. The second issue is sometimes more problematic, and that is that what the unlawfulness constitutes is not what we see as unlawful today, but the action must have been unlawful under the law as it was at the time. So, for example, is it so that enslavement was a crime against humanity in the 16th and 17th century, when, in a sense, international law, as it stood, Eurocentric international law, colluded in upholding those very principles? So there is some debate, and I'm sure, again, we can engage in it, and it's not foreclosed. But I think I'm pointing this out to show, as I think Justice wanted us and challenged us to do, the complexities, and that we need to address those with appropriate concern. So in terms of the legal framework, the binding laws, yes, I think Commissioner Lita showed that there are few treaties. There are many soft law which norms are basically persuasive. The one treaty that had not really been mentioned is the African Charter. The African Charter in Article 21(2) says, in the case of spoliation, the dispossessed people shall have the right to lawful recovery of its property as well as adequate compensation. So that is one of the clearest statements about reparation for the dispossession of peoples. The problem, obviously, is that the African Charter only binds the states party to it, and the European states, perhaps they're mostly responsible, the United States, they are not parties to the African Charter. But I want to say that there are things that we in Africa can also do with our institutions to bolster Article 21(2). For example, I think the African Commission, for example, can adopt in this context a general comment that can reinforce the obligation on states to educate and to create historical records to support research on the issue of reparations as set out in the African Charter. We can also approach the African Court, for example, asking for an advisory opinion by the African Court that may not deal with African states only, but could include the accountability or responsibility of states beyond Africa. Even the Pan-African Parliament can formulate a well-crafted question and pose it to the African Court on Human and People's Rights. But let me conclude by saying the treaty that is applicable across the world mostly by most states ratified is CERD, as was pointed out, the Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. And clearly what is possible under CERD would be interstate complaints. An African state can bring a case against a state that is a state party to CERD, as has happened in the past, as we have seen before the International Court of Justice. Invoking systemic racial discrimination is the basis for the complaint. Individuals, for example, African in the diaspora, can also bring cases to state parties like European countries or the United States, which is even a state party to CERD. The other option that I want to highlight is that there also is International Court of Justice. Although it is not a human rights court, we have seen that, for example, through the genocide cases, that the International Court of Justice can be used as a forum in which these issues can be vindicated, human rights issues, and interstate cases, again, can be brought on the collective basis. Even a group of states can bring a case against a group of states, for example, if these states agree. And the last point here, I think we should also look at the European Court of Human Rights, maybe of Justice as well. There is a rich possibility for Africans in the diaspora to, for example, who are located in those countries, to bring cases on the basis of the ancillary and relevant rights in the European Convention. So I think I agree with the prior speakers that, the justice aspect certainly needs more reflection. There are those who mobilize to counter these claims, and we have to do all we can to make the best possible arguments. I think it's not the whole picture, but it is certainly a part of the picture. This picture about accountability, the use of legal fora in order for these, links to justice. And thank you very much, Chair.
I think we have been given 5 additional minutes. We are using electricity, though there is a problem of load shedding. So my apologies once again on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament, because the experts has so clearly indicated, and you heard it yourselves, complained about the lack of time for them to make proper presentations, exhaustive ones that is, especially that this topic is of great importance to us. So we were informed, and them too, that this is the theme of the year, so that matter is not going to be restricted to this day, but we'll pursue it in the other sessions, and we hope that time is going to be made available so that we deepen our consideration of this matter for the benefit of our continent. So on the roadmap, of course, there is the intent to add additional working days. As an MP, as a representative of the people, we need to commit ourselves to be the flag bearer of this cause, justice through reparations. And as a continent, as members of the diaspora, so that we continue fighting for what is legally owed to us, and so that we understand the extent of our suffering and the issue of our dignity, so that Africa can claim its rightful place on the international scene. Therefore, all of us, I think, need to work diligently in unison with determination so that Africa lives longer. Long live the spirit of reparation and justice. Thank you. On that word, I declare the end of the conference on justice for African and their descendants through reparations. Let me also say that the final communique which was not read. You'll see it on your platform, and you'll receive the final communique in your mails. And that way we can save a bit of time so that we stick to the program that was given to us before electricity was cut off. So thank you very much. Thank you to all and sundry and interpreters, and who have worked well beyond the time that was allocated to us. Because when we prepare our program, sometimes we do include new items, so we apologize for that. We apologize to the experts, to all of us, and to any other person that is involved. And thank you very much for your kind attention.
Monsieur le Président,